Does YouTube split your viewers? I don't have enough viewers where it matters. If you're into like tens of thousands of viewers, probably. But like me losing 50 viewers on Twitch and getting 50 more on YouTube and then 50 more on YouTube exclusive, getting 100 viewers, it's net positive. I finished stream with some killer video about Friends Phenomenon as I watch live. It's sick. Is it like a biography? I have to check in on Nyx every now and then. Whenever I hear something happening. She be getting into stuff. Anyway, let's continue.
There's a very solid answer you could have given that didn't outrage the liberals online as much. And I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But
yeah,
I think there was an answer where you could have been like, listen, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate 2 years ahead of a primary.
Yeah. I don't think the optics of the way you sent it were actually very good. You should have sent this in my way because it would hurt less feelings. Okay. That's all it came down to. Okay.
They have to earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream like
would that have been effective, Adam? Genuinely. If Hasan was like, listen, if I need to vote, I will vote for the Democrats. Right? It's still vote blue no matter who. But until then, they don't have my vote right now. Like, do you think that will be effective? Do you think that they'll listen to him, or will they expect Hasan to just fall in line? Like leftists have always fell in line for the Democratic Party. You know? Silence was a dangerous black philosopher ever lived. Too good to follow it up with anything else. I had to end the stream. That is interesting. Since the last time he got yelled at, yeah. So I don't know. He's like saying you could have done better at Hasan and not the Democratic Party, yeah, because 8
hours a day. You're not always going to say everything perfectly. But here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking past each other. I see a lot of people online saying, all liberals want us to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary. And that's not even the argument that any of us are making. I think we're...
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Come on. Come on, Adam. That is an argument that a lot of people are saying, right? But they legitimately do. They say, hey, you are going to line up, okay, maybe not behind Gavin specifically, but you're going to line up next to the Democratic nominee and you're going to like it. And the nominee is going to be whoever we pick. I don't think it's meaningfully different than what he's saying here.
A lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try to minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party. So I can totally grant that you meant to say like, well, you were asked, you were asked, would you vote for J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said, I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said, Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait,
then
did you see the rest of that quote?
I watched the video, but yeah, I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, like marginal differences between two parties leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations. Having said that, however, from the eye of like a voter, they don't make that distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position, if it doesn't like attack, if it doesn't harm them at all. And not only that,
a marginal. So you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people.
Yeah, in many aspects, that's the case. In many aspects that affect people's material lives, that is the case, right? Like it's a case in reality, and that's definitely the case in how it's perceived by normal, everyday, real people. Maybe because he's a Nepo baby, he doesn't understand this, he doesn't get this, he doesn't talk to normal, everyday, working class people. But if you did, you would understand that go down the street, legitimately, go walk on the street, stop somebody and say, hey, do you feel like the government works for you no matter who's in office? And I guarantee you, there's a 1/3 percentage of the chance they'll say no. Honestly, a higher percentage. And that's a problem. And that is not a problem the Democrats are fixing. Right? That is not a problem the Democrats are fixing. The Democrats do not and have not done enough to separate themselves from from the Republicans meaningfully to the average person. When I come in, you have to sit down. You need to stop. Right? You think there's a bigger difference between Kamala and Trump than Newsom and Vance? Yes. I think there is a bigger difference between Kamala and Trump than Newsom and Vance. Mostly just Trump is just like exceptionally bad. And also depends on what you mean by like the difference. Like command over a room is a very important thing to consider. Sit down. Command over a room is a very important thing. Sit down. What is wrong with her? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Stop. Stop. Come here. Stop. We're not playing. Enough. Look at it. Come here. Ready? Ready? Look at it. She hasn't learned. Now she's gonna be out there for the rest of the stream. Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, command over a room. I think Trump commands a room more efficiently than Newsom, Kamala, or JD Vance, and that's dangerous, right? His charisma, his like outsider nature right, is dangerous and galvanizing people. Which is why like you should have had your A game on for 2024, and Democrats just didn't. So they threw 2 layup elections because he's vastly unpopular in the average American's eyes, but he's a very, very, very strong base, stronger than the Democrats have ever put up, and that's a Democratic L. So I think that there is a greater distance between Trump and Kamala than Newsom and Vance, because Vance ain't really about that life. You know what I mean? Like, he sucks and he's bad, but like he was calling Trump Hitler like a few years ago. He wants to return to the reasonable Republican, and honestly, if he wasn't picked as VP, he probably would have still been like the reasonable Republican-esque, Republican that he was. And so I think that there's a closer gap between a Newsom and a Vance, right? But like they're not the same. And I think even engaging with this hypothetical situation about like, hey, do you want like Hitler or half Hitler? Is just like, it's a stupid conversation. That's like the same conversation that we had with Trump and Kamala, or Trump and Biden after October 7th, where people are like, hey, can we have a president that won't sacrifice Palestinian lives? They're like, nope. Best we can do is just, hey, you could have Biden, who just only wants to kill and eviscerate Palestinians, or Trump, who wants to kill and eviscerate Palestinians and everybody else. And I'm just like, why? Like, you even offering that as a choice shows that you are fine with Palestinians being on the chopping block, and that you are not a serious moral person. If you were ever faced with those 2 choices and your response is not to blow up the train tracks, you are at fault. You are directly complicit. Directly complicit.
People take that. When you say trans people you said like Democrats would shoot trans people in the back of the head, that signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans, when that's not true. There's not a marginal difference.
That is true. And there is a marginal difference. The Democrats, and this is the problem, the Democrats do Republican policy 4 to 6 years prior. That's why you had Kamala Harris, who was saying to build that wall essentially on the campaign trail. Build that wall was a 2016 era Trump policy. The Democrats ceded ground as it pertained to trans issues. The Democrats ceded ground as it pertained to policing. There was a consistent number of these things happening. And honestly, I think this is where it's kind of a Hasan L, because in Hasan's methodology of like this being a conversation allowed Adam to get away with a lot of shit like this, right? Where it's like the Democrats have consistently sold out marginalized people in a number of different instances. You could have brought up policing in 2020. You could have brought up the border. You could have brought up trans issues from 2015 to 2024, and how the Democrats had moved. I saw on Twitter like the North Carolina bathroom bill was widely unpopular throughout the entire country, including with Republicans. That was an unpopular bill. People hated the genital inspections of 2015. The only reason why it got so popular and mass support for transphobia is because the Republicans kept pushing the envelope and the Democrats kept ceding ground. They allowed the conversation to be shifted away from the bathroom bill to trans women in sports. Democrats were like, hey, maybe trans women shouldn't be in sports. Maybe we should cede ground on that. Maybe we should actually fight against trans women in sports. Maybe that would be good for us. Maybe we should elect more transphobic politicians. That would be good for us, right? And now we're at a place where trans people are on the chopping block and are being sacrificed with the okay of the Democrats because they ceded ground on that. In 2020 with policing, where you had the mass mobilization in the movement against policing, defund the police, abolish the police, were rallying cries that had staying power. And it was the Democrats who came in, Joe Biden and Obama, who came in and was like, guys, stop. we need to stop all the riots and all the violence. They came in and they neutered the entire policing movement and threw away Black Lives Matter, sacrificing the lives of everybody killed by police, but especially black people, in order to serve their agenda of more police funding. And the police budgets have increased and increased and increased and increased with no meaningful difference in funding. You have the Democrats who were standing against Cop City protesters who were completely for the mobilization of the police and the arrest and the conviction of Cop City protesters. The Democrats set this shit up. When it comes to ICE, the Democrats have been funding ICE. They didn't abolish ICE when they had the wherewithal to do so. We had Joe Biden in office. There was no movement to abolish ICE. There's no movement to curb ICE funding. They set it up. They allowed ICE to continue to be funded increasingly year over year, setting up for the huge funding increase they got for the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that could only have happened because the Democrats had ceded ground on these issues beforehand. That's it. That's literally it. That is literally it. That is what happened. The Democrat has consistently ceded ground on these right-wing issues, right? And on these culture war issues, giving the Republicans the mass consensus they need to enact these fascist policies. There is no way the Democrats could have, there's no way the Republicans could have gotten 60% approval for mass deportations if the Democrats didn't also concede with the fact that migrant crime is a problem or the fact that the border crisis is a crisis. That would never have happened. You had 2016, Trump was like, build that wall, we need to kick all illegals out. You had the Democrats in 2020 was like, hey, maybe the border is an issue. Is a problem. We need to stop that. And then you had 2024, you had Trump come back in and be like, see guys, this is correct. This is correct. You see? Look, the Democrats are even saying it now, which Trump fucking said, by the way. The Trump did say this. He said this on the campaign trail. He pointed out the fact, the hypocrisy, that the Democrats were calling him crazy for build that wall, and now they were trying to fund his border bill. The Democrats set the stage for this. They moved the Overton window to the right. And that's how you got the polling that said 60% of Americans are for mass deportations. And that's the problem. So no, there's not a meaningful difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party because they serve the same interests. They serve the same interest. That's it. That's it. It's very simple. It is very simple. They serve the same interests. They are paid by the same lobbyists, right? It's why you had, again, this happens consistently. You can bring up fracking about how and drilling permits, about how on the campaign trail, Biden said that he would stop providing drilling permits to oil companies to drill, right? You know what he did when he got in office? He approved record number drilling permits to continue drilling. You had Kamala Harris on the campaign trail, who was against fracking for the 4 years of her vice presidency, come out and be like, actually, no, I'm not gonna stop fracking, actually. And you wanna sit here and look at my face and tell me the Democrats are meaningfully different than Republicans when they're just doing Republican era policies 4 years later? They are the reason the Overton window shifts in the first place. They manufacture consent for these issues. It is unpopular when the Republicans do it. Republicans do shit and it's unpopular. So I'm sorry, there's not much historical precedent for the Democrats actually standing in the way of growing fascism. What there is historical precedent for is the Democrats supporting growing fascism, setting the stage and the foundation for growing fascism. So you're wrong, Adam. You are objectively incorrect. Incorrect. When I look at Adam, it's obvious he's young. He hasn't seen spectacular Democrats fail because they are supposed to represent their donors. Maybe get there one day. Fuck no. He's 2 years younger than I am. I hate this argument. He's 2 years younger than I am. It's not his age. It's his fucking positionality. It's his identity. He's a Nepo baby white kid who didn't really have to struggle for much, and so he doesn't see this. His positionality has his eyes clouded from what the Democrats are doing. I've seen that shit. I've seen it. And that's the problem. That's the issue. These kids get so much leeway as it pertains to like being fucking wrong and dumb and selling out my community because their eyes are clouded to what marginalized people are going through. And then they get to weaponize our communities as talking points against people who actually want change. And that's frustrating. It's frustrating. It's the same conversation with Dean Withers, the same exact thing. And no, Adam is not just a 23-year-old. He's a paid propagandist, essentially. Maybe not paid by DNC. I don't know if he gets paid by DNC, right? But he's paid by his audience, you know? 2 million subscribers or whatever. He's monetarily rewarded for having these positions. Same thing with the chorus creators. Monetarily rewarded for having these positions. But the people who are actually affected by these things, right? People who are actually affected by these issues, right, are not provided with this massive platform to ride for the Democratic Party or whatever. Frustrating.
Difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain and you said there was a marginal difference,
I said
fine.
Democrats would, it's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it meant securing additional electoral votes.
And that is true. The last 5 minutes of my ranting perfectly describes that. Perfectly describes that. Not just trans people, but trans people indeed. They will sell out any marginalized person if it means getting more votes. Every single one. Every single one. If you don't want to get into like identity marginalizations, right? Labor unions. Joe Biden forcing the Rail Workers Union to sign a, I don't want to say a shitty contract, but a contract that was not in their best interest to sign as the most pro-labor president ever because he wants those fuckers to get back to work. I'm sorry, it's Joe Biden selling out working class people for his corporate benefactors, right? To serve the economy. Then some Democrats say they want pro-life Democrats or something. Yes, this is like Ezra Klein's whole thing. Ezra Klein's whole thing is wanting more pro-life Democrats. Exactly that. That's a very good example too. Democrats being like, no, we need more pro-life Democrats. You know what? I'm gonna find it. Which liberals defend him on, by the way. I'm trying to find it. Oh my goodness. Freaking ad block stuff. So fast they blame Palestinian movement and Muslim communities in Michigan when Kamala lost, they will use Interpol weapon as a weapon when they lose. Yeah. Moving is this kid. This is the Midas Touch guy. Does anybody have a link to it? On people like Ezra Klein. I want the actual original link though. Where Ezra Klein argues that we need a big tent party that and we need to more pro-life Democrats. Yeah. I thought it was, this is 43 minutes out. Is there a timestamp for this? So I have to search the transcript in. I did see this. I was like, oh, it's just too long.
Let's start with what
Pro 1027. Thank you. Here, we'll go right here.
power, the first thing is not whether they agree with you. The first thing is just whether or not they feel you like them and will take them into consideration.
But do you think any of that was centered on Obama himself?
Oh, there's no doubt.
Why?
But I think Obama...
But why?
Because
of his character?
Because he was black and foreign
there you
to
go.
people. But, and I'll ask you this question. Do you think Obama would have won in 2016 if he could have run again?
I do.
So there you go. Politics
I
is
do.
about,
I
politics is about power.
Yeah.
And I think people have missed this. Politics is not about self-expression. There's room for that. It's not just about a dispassionate analysis of ideas. There's room for that. It's a lot of what I do, a lot of what you do.
Mm-hmm.
Politics is about building coalitions capable of winning power and making the decisions you need to do that. So I said recently in a podcast with my colleague Russ Dowd that I feel that there's been a lot of fatalism among Democrats, right? They've just accepted places where they cannot compete. And I said that I want to see, real decisions being made to try to compete in Kansas and Missouri and in Ohio, and then in red states, right? Meaning redder than that. I'd like to see us running pro-life Democrats again. When Obamacare passed, 40 House Democrats were pro-life. People got very upset about that. I get why, but I think it's worth thinking about this. Has it been bad for the Republican Party that Susan Collins, who is nominally pro-choice, wins in Maine? Has that been a weakness for them? Has it been bad for the Republican Party that Donald Trump welcomed RFK Jr. and all of his voters, everybody who liked RFK Jr., Joe Rogan all the way down, into their coalition? No, it has expanded their power.
Exactly what I said. The Democrats will sell out every single community so long as it wins them a vote. And they're listening not to people like Hasan, not to people like me, honestly, not even really to people like Adam Mockler. They're listening to Ezra Klein. That's who they're listening to. This person right here. This is who they're listening to. The Democrats running pro-life Democrats, right? Anti-choice, anti-abortion Democrats to win in red states is selling out the women and abortion seekers in the country and in those states. And because guess what? 4 years down the line, right? Once you've now replaced essentially most of your pro-choice constituency with pro-life Democrats in order to garner power, right? When abortion rights are being litigated again, and we're surprised when now more states are against abortion rights, right? Like, what are we doing? And it's also hilarious because he's wrong about this. Abortion is a insanely popular voter issue for people to vote in favor of, which is why you have red states who voted for ballot initiatives, right? States that went for Trump for the presidency on those same ballots passed abortion ballot initiatives, right? So it's not even about actual good policy. It's about perceived power. Ezra Klein is fine with selling out abortion seekers so long as he gets one more vote because it doesn't affect him. It doesn't bother him, right? He doesn't stand for anything. Want this? Sit. Sit. Go get it. She was digging. I had to stop her. Go get it. Go get it. Okay. Exactly the problem with the Democratic Party that will always think going further right will somehow going to win people over, and it never does. So tell me again how tell me again how like Hasan was wrong about saying this. That the Democrats will, like, again, as hyperbole, shoot trans people in the head if it means winning another vote. The Democrats will sell out its constituency in order to win more votes. They will. They always have and they always will. Because that is what it means to be controlled opposition, right? They will never actually fix these issues. They will let these issues be legislated away. You have to relax, doggy. Stop. Chill out. I know. I know. Oh. Sit. 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 Good doggy. Good doggy. All right. You chill? She's not chill. She's not chill at all. All right. Ugh. They would do it even if it doesn't get them more votes. They listen to consultants as the head of that. So yeah, time for that. But I don't know your history. Would you be willing to have a one-on-one discussion with notable live influencers? They ain't gonna listen to me. Right. I don't have these discussions because I have these takes and these opinions, and because I'm not conciliatory to liberal identity thought. Ugh. Like, my issue is that this conversation holistically is a distraction from the idea of like Gavinism shouldn't be the nominee, pick somebody else. That's my conclusion. It's very simple. I think you should have seen the Hasan clip if you're a liberal and be like, okay, not Gavinism, picking somebody else. It's that simple. Right? You should have seen the Hasan clip and be like, all right, what about AOC? Would you vote for AOC? Hasan says yes. You'd be like, all right, we're in AOC. If you truly cared about winning constituency, you look at the history and see moderates have never, like, moderates, independents, and Republicans have never switched parties over to the left unless it's for economic issues. You run somebody who's a good populist on economic issues, you win everybody. In the very sad, our best way we can imagine building power, voting for AOC for president. Listen, I'm right there with you. Listen, AOC, I got issues with AOC as well, but like legitimately, like she fits all the boxes for these freaking liberals need, right? And she's popular. She freaking run AOC. I'd rather have AOC than Gavinism. AOC is good. AOC is passable. No politician is good. You don't become a politician by being good. AOC is passable. About AOC, it's just why are we waiting for a savior from above? We have to build our own power. This is true, but like I would rather not have this choice again in the future. You know what I mean? I think we can do it simultaneously. I'd rather not let liberals keep running their own candidate and then blaming us if they lose. I was on that saying Twitter. W. I got it from Marshalls. Ugh. Like just give me AOC. They can vote for AOC. We can vote for AOC. They can shut up. And hopefully we can build something. That's my view of it.
There's a marginal.
No, I said
fine.
Democrats would. It's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it.
I do agree with Brett though. Like this, I think this conversation holistically is a distraction from like how do we have somebody to save us instead of being like, hey, things are really bad right now. How can we fix that kind of thing? Right? Which is why it's mostly not leftists who are starting these conversations. It's always liberals. And so I say, if you are a leftist and you get asked this question, right? Just say freaking AOC, bro. Right? Obviously, you redirect back to like, you know, organize in your communities, build worker power, but just freaking say AOC. Hopefully they can just shut up and maybe they'll just let AOC like live and be the candidate and maybe just maybe they won't blame us if AOC loses. They will still, but like, I don't know. I just hate this conversation holistically. I hate it.
securing additional electoral votes. And that's
No,
not
that's
an
not
argument that
true.
like Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people.
No,
It's a
of course.
hyperbolic statement about Democrats cutting out trans people, which, as you
Who?
saw probably in this last week, in the aftermath of the fucking neo-Nazi.
I do
MAGA
love that Adam Mockler says, who's killing trans people? Like, what Democrats are selling out trans people? And Hasan gives an example. He's like, okay, that's just one though. Hasan gives another example. Okay, that's just two though. Hasan gives another example. Okay, that's just three though. That's the funniest thing. I'm sorry. I can't with this guy. He could count, yeah. Which I understand why people will say that he was being bad faith. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't feel like the best faith. If I'm being entirely real, it didn't feel like he actually wanted to have a conversation about, like, you know, hey, here's how the Democrats actually do harm marginalized people. He wanted Hasan to be like, Republicans are worse, and let me just say why Republicans are bad. That kind of would be it.
dad, or not MAGA dad, the trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi, who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi, who's in prison as well, which is, you know, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from a, like, the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Lakshya Jane. And I always go back to, obviously, the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats, who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris is going to give bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth
I don't know who he's referring
policies
to.
that people have,
a trans man. Stop. You should have a conversation with him. Now that would be good. With who? With Adam? I don't think it'll be productive, honestly. I'm on a debater chat.
to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious and a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to. And in the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats, they become very defined by what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Yeah, so
that's also,
I don't actually I don't disagree with your analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like, Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people. I heard you say
is Gavin Newsom running on Medicare for all? If he's not, then you should either force him to or find a better candidate. It's not that. You see how that's like a weird doublespeak here? He's saying, I agree with you on all these points that Gavin Newsom does not satisfy, but also, like, you need to vote for Gavin Newsom or you hate marginalized people. Adam's not saying that specifically, but he's arguing under that same framework, which is why people are mad at Hasan. Right?
this, and I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala lost,
some Democrats, okay,
and just because some Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing people don't like trans, that doesn't mean Democrats don't care about trans people. Or
yes, it does. They are Democrats. I'm sorry if there's a single Democrat who's a neo-Nazi. I'm going to call the Democrats a neo-Nazi party if that person is not ousted. If Ezra Klein can run around here and say we need to run more pro-life Democrats, and he's a serious political consultant and commentator who is being taken seriously by the Democratic Party, yeah, I am very well within my right to call the Democrats a party that is anti-abortion, or at least is fine with anti-abortion sentiment. If they weren't for that, they should call that out. Oh my goodness, I freaking, wow, it came off. Some Democrats are the governor of California and a former Secretary of Transportation. Yeah.
written them out of existence. Like the difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans people is not marginal. It is not slight. It is very, very meaningful. If you grew up in the state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, you know, like gender dysphoria or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, JB Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your.
I like JB's policies. Yeah, I'm
Yes,
very
so I
aware
mean,
of
like-
this distinction.
Okay, but
I
wait a
know.
minute.
Yeah, well, is it not some Democrats, Adam? Just because some Democrats are pro-trans does not mean that all Democrats are. Doesn't mean that Democrats aren't. You know how it can go both ways? Right? So he's disregarding the, and I'm sorry, Democrats being like some if there was an equal number of pro-trans and anti-trans Democrats, or pro-black and anti-black, pro-miscegenation and anti-miscegenation, pro-gay and anti-gay Democrats, I'm sorry, that's still crazy. That's wild. It's not a zero-sum game. You can't be like, oh, well, there's only 5 anti-trans Democrats and there's 6 pro-trans Democrats. So therefore, by the law of equivalent exchange, the associative property, the Democrats are a pro-trans party, +1. Like, that's not a thing. The fact that there are any at all anti-trans Democrats, the fact that there are people who are floating the fact that the Democrats should give up trans people or abortion or, you know, pro-black issues or immigration issues, like, is indicative of the fact that that's where the party is going. It is, which is how you got to the point that we are now with immigration. Like, what are we talking about here? But also, nobody's saying that, like, oh no, the Republicans and the Democrats are the exact same thing and run for the exact same policies on every issue, right? That is a straw man. Nobody is saying that. But the Republicans pull the Overton window to the right, and the Democrats just kind of walk over there and then they just sit down. It's the ratchet effect. It's literally the ratchet effect. It's the Republicans keep ratcheting things to the right, and then the Democrats don't do anything to move it back. And so if you're a marginalized person, would you not see how, like, things will inevitably get worse for you under no matter who's the president, no matter who's in power, right? Over the course of the next, you know, less than 50 years of my life left, give or take, you know, things are going to inevitably get worse and worse and worse for black people because Republicans will continue to make things worse and the Democrats will do nothing to fix those issues. And how are you going to look me in my face and tell me the Democrats are meaningfully different? They actually care about my rights. When they're doing Republican era policies from 8 years ago.
So JB Pritzker, Andy Bashir, even Governor Newsom turned California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalence.
That's true. It's correct.
And then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here as to why people are mad. It's not because you
and by the way, I've heard this argument. I used to make this argument myself.
Yeah,
like,
but you said at that point it doesn't even matter, and that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that
Yeah.
you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state, there's a meaningful difference
Like,
between
that's
equality of
like, that's not even the conversation. Right? And so this is why I know Hasan said this was not a debate. This is Adam debate brewing. Right? That's not the conversation. The conversation was specifically about JD Vance versus Gavin Newsom. Who would you vote for? And he says, listen, I vote third party because at that point it doesn't really matter. Right? And then Hasan has clarified that, like, he's not saying it doesn't matter as in, like, it doesn't matter for trans people. He's saying it doesn't matter who I say I will vote for, because the Democrats have already decided, right? The Democrats have already laid out the fact that they're not going to listen to me anyway. And that's it. And then Adam pretends like he didn't understand that. or something, and then making the rest of our problems. He's not fermenting apathy. He's directing people towards the winning socialist candidate. He's also, like, even if he was fermenting apathy, which he's not, but even if he is, your goal should not be like, let me just chastise you into why you don't care about trans people. Which, again, Adam saying he's not doing that, he is doing that. Adam claimed that he's not doing the whole, like, if you don't vote for Gavin Newsom, you don't care about trans people. He's doing that. That is what he's doing. That's the thesis of his argumentation here. It's in a hypothetical between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance. If you don't vote for Gavin Newsom, you don't like trans people, or you don't support trans people. That's what he is saying, no matter how he positioned it as not saying that, right? And he's not even understand. And this is the problem: is that Adam in this situation cannot fathom a world where trans people are not on the chopping block at all. Why do you have to listen to somebody who's like, oh, well, he'll only be slightly anti-trans instead of entirely anti-trans, right? He cannot fathom a world like, hey, maybe if you care about trans people, it would be good to have somebody who is not anti-trans at all. I don't know, maybe. That world exists. We can have a candidate who does not hate trans people. It's possible. Maybe. But they're too worried about their freaking hypothetical situations about Gavin Newsom. Gosh darn it, Buggy.
Life. Can you agree
I don't
with that?
understand why the Dems don't listen to people, their base, versus consultants who clearly don't represent and are able to speak to people in their communities. Adam's patronizing condescending nature is illustrative of the problem. Well, they pay people. Not like Megan. I don't know if they get Adam gets paid, but they pay people like Adam and chorus creators to tell them the things they want to hear. That's it. Because you are still operating under the framework that the Democrats actually care about actually doing things for their base. Which I'm sorry to say, Chatter, they don't. They are controlled opposition for a reason. They don't care about why'd you give up, doggy? Come on. They don't care about what their base is saying. That's why they pay people to tell them that their base believes whatever they're doing is great. Which is why they lost in 2016 and in 2024. Bucket Hoop, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Grandma loves Midas Touch, so I told her to tune into this debate. Awful idea. Honestly, I don't think the debate was bad or terrible in that way. It's just frustrating to me because it's just like indicative of my wider issues of the Democratic Party.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so a meaningful difference. There's a big difference. Okay, so
No, there is a meaningful difference between living in a democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican state legislatures that will then.
This is also Adam doing he's saying that Hasan is conflating 2 different things. This is Adam conflating 2 different things. He's conflating the party infrastructure and the national party policy to individual Democrats or individual people who align with the Democrats and what they are doing for trans people. That's not the same thing. There is no national policy for protecting trans people. The DNC does not have a policy for protecting trans people. Look at Kamala Harris's policy platform. Did it mention trans people at all? Not really. Not really. No trans speaker at the DNC, right? No overarching trans support networks being created. Yeah, all she said is we will follow the law. And that was it. That was it. So Adam is conflating 2 separate things. He's conflating the individual people who just happen to be Democrats doing good policies on a local level or a state level for trans people to the entire Democratic national policy platform, right? And the Democratic institution, the DNC, the National Democratic Platform, will sell out trans people if they think it will get them more votes. That's it.
under Democratic leadership within the White House take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence and then take that all the way up the courts of the Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority versus a Republican Supreme Court majority, a super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the Democratic Party's lack of interest in like actively fighting back and counter messaging against the Republican misinformation around trans people, what I'm talking about is Democrats running from a place of fear.
And Democrats doesn't guarantee liberal Supreme Court nominations, though. Yeah, we saw that with freaking 20 here. Take it here. 2016. Take it.
What the Democrats to do is to, one, not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter message.
Gavin Newsom wouldn't have Mexicans in camps, just like J.D. Vance instead goes, there will be less Mexicans in camps, so Gavin is better. Like, how about no Mexicans in camps? It's funny you said this, Shatter. This is a conversation that almost happens verbatim. Almost happens verbatim later on. Like, not even like word for word, essentially. But actually, it's actually less word for word and more just like less like Mexicans in camps and more like, oh, you know, I'm fine with 70,000 people dying so long as Democrats save 30,000. This is the best they can do, kind of thing.
Messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about trans people either. This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general, like Haitians eating cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks, and the notion that like undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat, the way that the Republicans present it, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC where I talked to them directly and told them to address over and over again with the hopes that they would, at the very least, push back against this so we wouldn't have seemingly a more, like a bigger mandate, a bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump on issues such as that. I think every moment that the Democrats waste, not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where the conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between a blue state and a red one in terms of trans existence. To deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom, if Newsom got everything he wanted in America and J.D. Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean, we're like Donald Trump's first action when he came into office.
This again is so far removed from the original conversation. The conversation is whether or not Hasan would vote for J.D. Vance versus Gavin Newsom, and Hasan's answer being, if they nominate J.D. Vance, if J.D. Vance is the nominee, it's out of my hands. You know, there's nothing I can do to like affect or sway the Democratic Party meaningfully so. They talk about Israel's genocide. I don't think they got there. No, it's not about like whether or not Gavin Newsom would kill 1 million people or J.D. Vance would kill 10 million people or whatever. Like, that's not the conversation. Right? It's purely about Gavin Newsom as the nominee.
Come as a surprise to people, maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips, and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with the Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Massey.
That's literally what we're 2 years out of the election cycle, and we're still doing lesser evil voting conversations. That's what it is. And it's frustrating, bro.
On like a very random issue, you know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically, and my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections. The only thing it actually ends up doing is those concessions actually normalize some of the Republican agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are, do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now. Fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations, or I didn't realize that those mass deportations were going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire stream.
I know.
Where it just felt like you were saying two different things at once. You take these really strong declarative statements or those positions about the Democratic Party, and like you quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to
Yes. Correct. True. That is a correct statement.
explain in a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state would be better than growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched, but can you then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if got into
If Adam understands what Hasan was trying to say, what is this conversation at this point? What is this conversation at this point? Growing up as trans in a blue state is not good either. Hey, you're not supposed to think about that. Shh, quiet, trans person. Don't think about that. You're supposed to glaze the Democrats. You're not supposed to. It's funny because it's true. It's true. You're still marginalized. You still live in a transphobic society. It's not just sunshine and rainbows if you live in freaking J.B. Pritzker's constituency. The system still sucks. And wouldn't it be great if Adam cared about trans people, if these liberals cared about trans people, right? To have a society where trans people were able to live as full people in society, including in blue states. It was not even consistent from blue state to blue state, or even town to town in a blue state. Yeah. Especially if you're black or brown trans, and libs only consider white passing trans people's opinions. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. Growing up in my blue state, trans, where I had to wait years long waiting list for healthcare and deal with endocrinologists. I can't read. We're operating for decades old guidance. Vote blue no matter who. And I had to do hooked on phonics for a second. Tell you're in the most progressive state. Why are you mad? Yeah. Nailed it. Thank you. I can sound out words. Why focus on the little trans people instead of demanding better? I don't know, bro. Because again, this is what I said in my tweet, right? This is what I said in my tweet. My tweet still, it's evergreen at this point. In response to freaking, I don't know who I responded to. Oh, the soy pill. This guy. Right? Adam is literally doing this. Right? I said, these people can only imagine a world where marginalized people are in a perpetual state of torment, saddled between both parties, bad and worse. We need to have a very real conversation how this continual offering of this false choice is in and of itself bigoted. We are 2 years out, and you are not even able to imagine a good candidate for the Democratic Party. Perfectly demonstrates why normal working class marginalized people feel so disenfranchised. Adam is too young and inexperienced to realize that even having a minor improvements over a Republican to establish a Democrat now would not make up for the years or decades of further losses by perpetuating the status quo yet again. Yeah, maybe 5 to 10 trans people have a better experience under Gavin, Kamala, Hillary versus MAGA likes, but that's half of all trans people suffering for the next 50 to 100 years if you keep doing this. Exactly. Right? Exactly. They don't understand that. They don't understand that as you just keep kicking the can down the road, right? You allow the Democrats or the other Republicans to keep sinking the knife, 12 inches deeper into us. And Democrats are like, okay, we'll pull it 3 inches out and then we'll let it sit there for a little bit. And somebody else comes back in, you kicks the knife a whole foot deeper into us. You know what I mean? Consistently. At no point can we ever get somebody who's like, hey, we're going to take the knife entirely out and we're going to treat the wound. No, that's not even in the conversation. We were sitting here having fucking hypothetical situations about what candidate we can get to pull the knife out from 3 to 6 inches out when the knife is 6 million yards deep into our sternum at this point. You know what I mean? The knife has come through our chest and has ejected out and it's coming back around for a second pass, basically. We can't even have a conversation about, hey, can we get somebody who can patch this wound up? Can we get somebody who can remove these barriers in place? The Democrats consistently cede ground on all of these issues. All of these issues. All of them. All of these issues. And at no point wants to actually fix what's going on here. Which is why, again, you have Kamala Harris talking about build that wall on the campaign trail. It's so frustrating, bro. It's so frustrating. And these people don't understand it. Because they don't have to live it. They don't have to live it. Because you know who's not in this conversation, chat? The actual working class people here. The actual people who are harmed by this. They're not the paid consultants who the Democratic Party is talking to. They're not the YouTubers. They're not the Twitch streamers, right? They're going to their day-to-day lives, right? Being like, man, my life sucks. And all they have to do is vote between bad or worse. And maybe, just maybe, it'll be a little bit less worse. But things will never get good for them. Marginalized people are literally taught to just hold this pain. This pain of marginalization, this oppression will never go away. Both parties are telling them, yeah, that's not going away. That's not going away. It will only get worse. And so they just have to hold it and maybe vote for Democrats to hope that that wound doesn't keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Maybe it doesn't keep getting bigger, right? You have no certainty that it won't keep getting bigger. I think it would be nice to watch a movie from Black History Month. I mentioned in the Hasan chat there was an old movie. I've seen our friend Martin. But it does anyway. Yeah, because the Democrats will be like, okay, maybe we should let the wound get a little bit bigger. It's so frustrating, bro. It's so frustrating. If Kamala didn't cede ground on immigration, would Adam's first question on the topic for Hasan be, well, you don't believe in deportations, right? Yeah. I think that was the first question. That comes a little bit later. Well, let's continue. I'm only 26 minutes in. Let's focus up.
Marginal differences in terms of policy in the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of, defending trans people, right? Like, I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his experience as a governor in California, but then if there is a significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambitions in higher office, it's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical, this center for the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there, first of all.
That he shouldn't pivot to the center?
No. That judging by the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California, versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend whether or not he is going to pivot to the center on trans issues a little bit.
Yeah, no, it does, right? And Adam's response. I'll let Adam's response play.
Well, I don't think you
don't
can
think so?
conflate the way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California.
Why not? You can't take politicians' words about how they talk about the issue as indicative about how they're going to rule or how they're going to legislate. Why not? If a politician comes out after a mass shooting and says that there's too many guns, you can't assume, it's wrong of you to assume that like they want to do something about gun control. If a politician comes out and says immigration has gone too far, you can't assume that they want to curb immigration. So Gavin Newsom going on right-wing podcasts and capitulating on trans issues is not indicative that he won't defend trans rights. Based on what? Based on what? Genuinely, based on what? If you can't take a politician's word for what they talk about as indicative of what they are going to legislate on, why would you trust someone anything? Because Adam says how he ruled California, not how he's going to be if he's president. But he's vetoed trans legislation. So we know how he's ruled California. You know what I mean? So it is indicative. It lines up. Gavin Newsom, like, ceding ground on trans issues on Ben Shapiro's podcast and then vetoing pro-trans legislation could make you draw a very clear picture that he's not going to be very pro-trans in office, right? Am I tripping? Is that insane? Newsom vetoed a bill that would require insurers to cover and pharmacists to dispense 12 months of hormone therapy at one time to transgender patients and others.
There is a very, very meaningful difference between the way that he's the way that he's ruled California versus the way that Republicans would. And here's
Oh, no.
That's not the conversation. What are you talking about? That wasn't the question. See, he's debate broing, chat. He's debate broing. That's not the question. The question is, do you think, Hasan's going to repeat this. The question is this. Do you think that the way Gavin Newsom talks about trans issues on these right-wing podcasts is indicative for how he's going to legislate about trans issues if he becomes the president? What is your answer to that question, chat? Do you think the way Gavin Newsom talks about trans issues on right-wing podcasts is indicative of how he's going to legislate trans issues as president? I think so. The answer is either potentially or both, and both are bad, yeah. Or potentially or yes, or both are bad, yeah. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know. I genuinely do not know. What, am I supposed to assume the opposite? If you go on a podcast and saying, I'm going to give more police funding, I'm supposed to believe, guys, he hates the police. He's going to take away police funding. If Gavin Newsom chooses not to veto pro-trans bills that are popular in the state, does explicitly mean that he supports trans issues. He's supporting a popular issue, but when he speaks freely, he stops supporting an issue and concedes ground to the likes of Ben Shapiro. That too. That is even though he does veto pro-trans issues, right? But what he chooses to support when it's popular, right, versus what he says off kilter without any sort of, what's the word? Obligation on a open and free podcast does indicate what he actually believes. Nobody tells him that he needs to be anti-trans on Ben Shapiro's podcast. He's decided that. So I'm not surprised that trans people don't really trust him.
I don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is
but here's the problem. There's a category error happening here where you keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying.
See how he sidestepped that question? Adam didn't answer the question. He goes back to his talking points. You said marginal difference between the parties, but you think the parties are majorly different. He's just another Dean Withers. Yes, they're cut from the same cloth. Yeah. Adam didn't answer the question. The question is very simple. Do you think the way that Gavin Newsom talks about trans issues on these podcasts are indicative of how he will legislate as president?
I totally get what you're saying. You think there is a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left and stand up for this stuff. But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here, there's not a marginal.
And like I said, you're conceding this. Like Hasan didn't say that. At no point did Hasan say there was a marginal difference in outcomes. You made that up. And they made that up. And you're like, are you conceding the framing that you were wrong about this, even though Hasan didn't say this?
No, there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
Okay, so yeah, I think that needs to be clarified more because that does kind of draw some apathy between voters. But going back to Gavin Newsom.
Also,
no,
I'm sorry, there is a marginal difference in outcomes. This is just the case. It is. This is the case. It is a marginal difference in outcomes. Now the amount, may differ between, again, bad and worse. But there is a marginal difference between outcomes, right? People were deported, families were separated at the border, right? A genocide happened under Biden, and people are being deported, family separation happening at the border, and there's genocide happening under Trump. Like, these are things that are happening and occurring, right? I'm sorry, I don't see, 2 less trans people facing oppression under Biden as a win when there are still, pretty much every other trans person facing oppression under Biden as well. That's not a win to me. A win to me would be no more oppression. This is the problem with liberals. Liberals are okay with half oppression. They're okay with half genocide. I'm not. That's not a win. Half genocide, still genocide. Half oppression, still oppression. There's no half oppression. There's no half concentration camps. There's no half genocide. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It's not a thing. And the fact that you're okay with that means you're okay with genocide. You're okay with oppression. You're fine with that. I'm not fine with that. They got a 50% off deal. That's pretty good. Yeah.
No, he has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people just because he gave an insufficient answer on Gavin Newsom's podcast.
Also, you see him minimizing Gavin Newsom's transphobia? You also peep that? You also peep that? Oh, he just gave an insufficient answer on a podcast. And not he's a politician who made a calculation that selling out trans people would win him some support from these right-wingers, so he did it. Right? It's like saying, oh, well, yeah, well, Congress just decided to just pass a bill and people are getting mad at them. Like, yeah, that bill funded genocide. So the context does matter here. He didn't just say some words, on a podcast. That's not what he did. He was just saying words on a podcast and you're getting super mad at him. That's not what he did. He very openly ceded his ground to the right-wingers on culture war framing for trans issues. That's what he did.
Doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans people under the bus. Let me just go through.
Why?
This.
Based on what? Because you like the guy? He's not giving you any evidence that he wouldn't do that. This is why I'd say it's wish casting.
He
no, hold on. Not entirely, but do you feel, and I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely, do you think that it is indicative that there is at least in the way that he's communicating, a pivot to a more moderate position on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable?
The answer is yes. Yeah. Yes, that's the answer. That's the only answer here.
No. Was he asked?
Unserious. Unserious person. It's like, okay, imagine Gavin Newsom went on a podcast and was like, I think the earth is flat. it's a flat Earth. And he's like, and Adam's like, no, I think Gavin Newsom thinks the Earth is round. I think he's a round earther. I don't think he's a flat earther. And like, do you think that him going on his podcast is indicative of what he actually believes when he says the Earth is flat? No, I don't think so. I think he's a round earther. You're like, based on what? I don't know. I just think that. His words betray what your thoughts are. Are they literally mad at Hasan for an insufficient answer on a podcast? Yes. Yes, very much so. Gavin Newsom went on this podcast. Oh, and this is where it gets really bad. Any cubic Earth truthers in chat? Yeah. Think about it. Everything is squares. Actually, I'll go as far as to say triangle is the most stable shape in the universe. So why can't we have a triangle Earth? Confirmed. Sorry. This is actually where it gets really bad.
That there is at least in the way that he's communicating, a pivot to a more moderate position on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable.
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
See, that's dirty. It's got this, in my opinion, portrays the persona that Adam is putting on. Right? This is the mask coming off a little bit. He's trying to say transports are different? Yes. He's trying to say transports are different. Adam's transphobic. I don't have enough information to say Adam's transphobic. I think Adam is doing the same thing where he's ceding ground on right-wing framing of these issues. The fact of transports being this separate trans issue than like the other trans issues is transphobic framing that literally the Democrats have given up on. That's literally the point. This is Adam directly, portraying what the point is. This is the point. The Democrats ceded ground on trans issues by being like, maybe sports is a bit too far. That's it. That's the problem. That's how we got to where we are now. Right? So him separating out trans sports from like trans issues, right? Be like, well, no, he just said women shouldn't be in trans women shouldn't be in trans sports. That's whatever, That's not transphobia, right? It kind of portrays exactly what Adam actually believes, which is that he doesn't think Gavin Newsom is transphobic when he says this, right? Maybe Adam himself also believes that.
The pieces that I've seen is mostly talking about transports and saying that transports is a bridge too far or something like that.
Yeah, and like that can totally be insufficient for your worldview, and you can say that.
And he says like that can be insufficient for your worldview. No, you're not pro-trans if you are ceding to the right-wing framing of the culture war of trans women in sports is the most dangerous thing to ever exist in the world. That's not insufficient for my worldview. That is Gavin Newsom ceding ground on right-wing framing. I don't care what Gavin Newsom I do care what Gavin Newsom specifically believes, but what Gavin Newsom specifically believes about trans women in sports doesn't matter. Him going on a right-wing podcast to engage in the culture war of, villainizing trans women in sports is transphobic and is indicative of how he will legislate as the president. It's not that simple. It's literally that simple. It's not that difficult. It is not that difficult. It's insane. This is literally, I'm not racist, but black people commit a lot of crime. Yes, it is that. Which honestly, wouldn't be surprised if Gavin Newsom said that. Should have asked him what he thinks about hormone blockers for youth. Watched him flounder there too. And then providing female-only spaces. Yeah, I was screaming my laptop when he said that. I had to stop typing at that point. I support trans rights, but I also just have a segment of society that they should be excluded from. Yeah. And then, again, people are transphobic. As a politician, Gavin Newsom making the calculation, right, to be transphobic on Maine, on Ben Shapiro's podcast, is very indicative of where his political ideology takes him. It's indicative of how he's going to legislate in the future. He thinks that he's fine, right? And he can win votes by being transphobic on Maine, right? He's like, I can go on Ben Shapiro's podcast and I can be transphobic because they hate trans people there. And he makes that calculation. If he's going to do that, then why would he not, as president, side with Republicans to get trans women banned from sports just so that he could fund more homeless encampment and erasures, you know? What evidence is that he won't do that? Honestly, he hasn't provided much to me. If I'm being entirely real. Has not provided much. NXT, can you grab that for me? Grab your rope. No, grab your rope. Right there. Grab your rope right there. Okay.
Sufficiently progressive enough, but I think
Ironically,
that
doing with the grass,
to
roasting
say
the
that
ground on his own turf, yeah. We can start to realize most of what Adam was doing here and throughout the debate didn't sound like to me based on how he talked about it after the debate. I think this is the same thing as the Dean conversation. I think Hasan has a very specific goal. I think Adam plays a role in that goal. And so he's not going to like villainize Adam because Adam plays a role in his overarching goal of growing the left. It's the same thing as the Dean conversation. I disagree with it, but this is Hasan's podcast, Hasan's broadcast. He can do what he wants there, you know? So I keep my disagreements here. I'm not gonna like go into a Hasan stream and be like, we should do this in my way. I disagree with it. Like I just there's a fundamental disagreement that I have. No, go pick it up, Dougie. Pick it up. So that's his goal. Yeah, you can disagree. Yeah, that's just how I feel. I don't have to agree with everything that everybody does. I think are positive forces for the left. I have disagreements, and it's fine. Of Hasan, but he went into this expecting a conversation and share perspectives. He was sitting across from a liberal debate bro who hasn't read enough to be a commentator. We don't need more Ezra clients in the making clones. We need to shut them down. Yeah, Hasan disagrees. That's why I disagree with him kind of lanes. Right? Hasan sees the Ezra Klein debate clones as positive. He also sees like himself playing a role to stop them going down the destiny path. Okay. Hasan's older than I am. He's seen more than I have in the space. He has his reasonings for doing these things. But you know, that's just where I historically he's not very good at that. Yeah, but I don't think that should preclude him from trying. You know? I just have a wider issue with just the fact that these are the voices that mean anything in this space. Kind of thing. You feel me? Like, you will very rarely see any black and brown or trans or queer person that has this level of prominence and influence gaining this quickly. You feel me? Like, it's very easy. Like, there are way more Adam Mocklers and Dean Withers and Harry Sissons because people would rather see a cishet straight white guy, or cishet white guy who's young say MAGA is bad. You know? I'm wondering if both you and Hasan, I disagree with Hasan's shared ability. I don't know. I get why he doesn't. Right? And he's successful. Like I'm speaking from a perspective of having like 600 viewers, which is not nothing. But I don't have 30K for a reason. Right? And I can acknowledge that. Yeah, racism. Someone's elevating these people because he looks better in comparison, with also punching left for his former fans. Now he thinks that they're more worth than him, as he describes. I don't think it's necessarily that. I don't think he promotes people like this because he's looked better in comparison. I just think that Hasan acknowledges that they have influence, and Hasan is engaging with them and the influence that they have. Hasan doesn't necessarily care about the way they garnered influence. Hasan doesn't necessarily care to fix the disparity of like who gets influence in this space and the white supremacy or the transphobia or the homophobia of having a very, myopic view of who gets to be commentators, right? Like Hasan is operating in reality of like, these are the people that do have the influence. Adam has the numbers. Dean has the numbers. Harry has the numbers, right? And he's engaging with them because they have the numbers. That's kind of the case. Which I understand. I get that, right? His goal is to pull the people with the numbers further to the left, right? And because of the way that the bigotry exists in society, Black and brown people, trans people, queer people are less likely to have that level of influence. Therefore, they're less likely to be in this position holistically, right? Because there's not really a point or reason for Hasan to talk to them. They don't have the numbers, and by and large, a lot of them are already further to the left than Adam is. It's up to Hasan himself, right? So there's a purpose to what Hasan is doing here, and I can acknowledge that purpose, right? I'm just not gonna do that, bro. It's fuck these liberals, bro. Problem here is I'm not sure he's accomplishing his goals here. I don't know, maybe. Unfortunately, Mockler has seen too much success too quick to ever feel the need to actually commit more to the left. I don't know. I think Mockler, from what I've seen of these like liberal, young people, he's fine. He's all right. I don't have any beef with him. Genuinely, I think he's fine. I think he's arguing a little bit in bad faith, but it's a debate, so like it happens sometimes. He's all right. He's fine. Right? I have more of an issue with his positionality. It's like, yeah, do we need another like Ezra Klein? It's like, I don't know. I don't think so. He was definitely looking for clips. Yeah, I do think he was looking for clips. I do. Got to a couple more elections and he'll learn. The kids are all right. I don't necessarily agree with that particularly. I think he won't learn, as Hasan said, unless he's like bashed in the head with like how bad the Democrats are. You know what I mean? The fact that he needs 3 or 4 elections to understand this, when I only needed 1, is more indicative of like our positionalities, right? The first election that I voted in, presidential election, was the 2020 election. I voted for Joe Biden. I saw Joe Biden screwed me out and I was like, I'm done with this, right? The fact that it takes him 3 to 4 elections to get there shows that like his privilege by being a young, white cishet guy is, where a little bit of the frustration comes in. Because he's able to ride off of the success of writing for the Democrats while I'm trying to push them further to the left after my first election. It took me 3 elections. Take 4 to feel it. You don't think the BLM movement and seeing no payoff from that radicalized you beyond what Adam had experienced? I think it's less about that for me. It was the student loan thing for me, right? I think BLM was a part of it, and that was frustrating to me. But I still was like, maybe, but it was the student loans for me. It was being in college and then actually being excited to vote for Joe Biden because he said he would cancel all student loans, to getting literally no cancellation after 4 years. I'm still paying mine off, bro. You don't want to know how much I pay a month on my student loans, chat. You do not want to know. It frustrates me to no end. But why can I just not be Adam Mockler, who's a Nepo baby, son of a family insurance business, who probably paid for my microphone and my entire setup and got me connections to all the people that I talk to on my streams so that I could be a commentator. Minus $400 a month if it makes you feel better. Yeah, it's more than that. But, actually, no, it's not more. I think it's a little bit less. Twinning, yeah. I feel like, around like 1K a month. And I pay 1K a month, and that's only with having my federal loans currently in deferment. That's all private, baby. To the comments on this video, that is why he talks to them. I know why he talks to them, chatter. That doesn't change my perspective. Right? This is less about Hasan and Hasan's goal and what Hasan is trying to do. I know why he does it. I said why he did it. I explained it pretty succinctly like 5 minutes ago. Right? That doesn't change my overall perspective. Being a hipster club is ineffective. It's not about being, you know what? Fuck you. Problem solved. It's not about being a hipster club, chatter. You think I'm here because it's a fucking hipster club or just because it's my lived fucking experience, you know? Do you think I'm here because this is my life and it affects my life? You fucking loser. The problem is not like, I'm not trying to be insular. I'm not trying to be like, oh no, this is a secret club especially for us. Fuck you. Suck my fucking nuts. My frustration comes because this club that we are growing doesn't look like me. People that are bringing in don't look like me. The voices that speak for this club don't look like me. It's white people speaking about my issues, getting fucking paid thousands of dollars speaking about my issues without even involving me in the conversation, right? It's cis people speaking about trans issues without involving them in the conversation. It's straight people speaking about queer issues, not involving them in the conversation. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's it. That's it. That's the main issue when it comes to this entire conversation, right? Adam weaponizing marginalized people to ride for the Democrats. And what do we get out of this? Fuck all. Being entirely real. I was talking about yesterday about marginalized people because we're just talking about someone in debate. Yes, I said it in the chat, right? We're only statistics. We are only statistics to be weaponized in these debates. That's it. You know, I would kind of like if, I don't know, we could have a candidate that, you know, actually cared about my rights. But all that is being provided by people like Adam, people like Ezra Klein, right? These liberals are just like, no, best we can do is like, nobody cares about you for 4 more years. I'm like, hey, can somebody talk to me about my rights? Can somebody engage with me about my rights? And these liberals being like, you know what, best we can do is that we ignore you for 4 years. And I'm like, hey, that's not great. He's like, oh, well, do you want to talk to them? They want to kill you. And that's it. That's it. And then 4 years, it's the same thing. 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 At no point ever can marginalized people ever at any point be like, hey, can we actually try to fix some of these issues right now? Maybe, potentially. All we have is white people saying, no, you have to vote for Democrats or else you hate yourself. Right? And these same white people are unable to imagine a world where like my rights are not on the chopping block. Unable to imagine a world where like we don't have to have somebody who likes to as a hobby go out and like tear down homeless encampments. You know what I mean? Nope, sorry, you have to suck it up and deal with it. Suck it up and deal with it. And then they get to preach to us about how, oh no, you don't understand, right? This is different. I promise you it's different. When my lived experience says otherwise, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Are they different in some ways? Of course. But you're gonna sit there and tell me my face that paying off my student loans under Trump, paying off my student loans under Biden, paying off my student loans under Trump again is meaningfully different to me? Nothing changed on my student loans. Actually, what actually did change was that I was lied to. I was led astray by the Democrats. Joe Biden came to me and said, we're going to cancel all of your student loans. He lied to me. And then I saw everybody whitewash that history. I saw the entire media apparatus lie about what he said. Joe Biden, I'll say this again. Joe Biden on the campaign trail, April 9th, 2020, made a Medium article that said he would cancel all student debt for people earning less than $125,000 a year, or who went to private schools or an HBCU or an MSI. That was his claim. He made that claim. And I remember exactly where I saw it because I went back and I checked consistently. He wins the election. That claim changed. Now he's not canceling all student debt. He's only canceling $10,000 of student debt, $20,000 if you have a Pell Grant. And I'm like, okay, you lied to me, but sure, cancel my $10,000 of student debt. And then it never came. Never came. Never, at any point, came. I'm still paying them off. And you want to sit there and tell me that the Democrats actually care about me? Fuck you. You're going to sit there and tell me that the Democrats legitimately care about my lived experience? And then we're wondering why people are so disillusioned with this system. Why people don't want to vote in this system. That's it. I promise you, Trump would do the same exact thing. You think the court ruling would stop him? Exactly. Even though there was avenues they could have taken after the court ruling stopped them. But no, of course it wouldn't. Of course it wouldn't stop him. He'd be like, nah, we're getting this done. And it's frustrating. That's why people don't want to vote. But people like Adam don't want to see that. People like Adam don't want to engage with that. He would rather close his ears and be like, you know what? No, it's Hasan who is causing this disillusionment. It's Hasan who's causing this apathy, and not the lies the Democrats consistently shove into the face of the voters, right? Because I'm sorry, voters are not worried about trans people. They don't care how transphobic you are. They don't. I'm telling you right now, the people who vote do not care about how transphobic you are. What they care about is they think that their politicians are liars, corrupt pedophiles. They're like, I'm not going to vote because all of my politicians are corrupt liars and they're pedophiles or pedophile protectors. And the Democrats have not done anything to demonstrate themselves any differently. Anything at all. That's the problem. And that's why they are the same in the eyes of the voter. It's the Democrats' job to portray themselves as different. And they have not done that to any meaningful degree. That's it. That's it. Because they are liars. They are pedophiles. They are corrupt. So I'm sorry, you're not going to win much votes by being like, hey, we're the less pedophile, less liar, and less corrupt party. Yeah, thanks, bro. That's really going to motivate people to vote for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. I appreciate that. No, we're not as pedophile as the Republicans are. Oh, yeah, that's going to get people off the couch. Sure.
That Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk, that nullifies the way that he's actually ran in California. You're using that one conversation to wait.
It doesn't.
Okay,
I don't think it nullifies the way in California. Making an assessment off
Newsom has
of
signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah, he's holding the line
with a hostile state legislature too. So it's like it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful, where he says these are, Christian, these are my neighbor. God teaches me to love my neighbor, not to fight my neighbor. I remember when he stood up against state legislature member.
I mean, listen, this is the spectrum problem. I live in LA, and it was raining, and that was fine because I don't have spectrum.
Where he was like, you have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well. Wait, hold on one second. Can you take it off of emote only mode? What's going on? Why do people keep saying robot? Why do people keep spamming robots? Is there an issue?
Is my mic better now too? Sorry.
No, I've been hearing you clearly this entire time, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. I took it off emote mode.
Okay.
The last, it's fine now. So I was saying Andy Bashar is glazing Andy Bashar for uncompromising on his values.
Business, bro.
Yes, that's especially within the confines of like what he is capable of doing. I mean, that's very impressive, and I think it should be a lesson that other Democrats should follow as well, and some do, and some are cowards.
What is Adam's take on Israel? I'm just curious.
But
I know they didn't talk about
as far as the Gavin Newsom thing,
strain.
I am aware. I think it's like what 49 LGBTQ plus bills that Gavin Newsom as governor has signed into law. I mean, as a mayor of San Francisco, his first nationally prominent act was literally to defend gay marriage in San Francisco. Like, I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom's background. He's my governor, right? I know a lot about Gavin Newsom's background. What I am fearful of and what I worry about
you seem to agree with
is
and say
the same exact pivot that we have seen from many Democrats that signal that they're invested in selling out trans people, or at least certain aspects of trans identity, whether it be sports, a conversation that starts off with the most appropriate angle to tackle that Republicans spend hundreds of millions of dollars against and create controversy around, this being, trans sports, to very quickly moving the conversation over to gender confirmation surgery, and a litany of different anti-trans bills that basically lead to making it illegal to be trans in public. The conversation.
I don't think Newsom would go that far.
No. I don't think Newsom.
Oh my goodness, bro! It's not about whether or not Newsom will go that far. It's about Newsom setting the stage for somebody that will. That's the point. I think he's a Zionist, otherwise he probably wouldn't have agreed with Hasan on Israel, but he didn't get into his beliefs. I mean, we're like over 2.5 years into the genocide. You can read the room and still be a Zionist, but it's whatever. But that's the point, right? Is that it's not about Newsom doing the worst policies or picking up a gun and killing trans people or whatever. It's about Newsom loading the gun and leaving it just around where transphobic people can do whatever they want with it. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Newsom is like setting the stage for harm to come to trans people when he's ceding ground on transphobic rhetoric. The same thing that happened with immigration. The Democrats ceding ground on immigration by being like, maybe migrant crime is a policy, or maybe migrant crime is a problem. Maybe there is a problem with immigrants in this country. Maybe the border being too open is a problem. Maybe we need to fix that. Maybe we need to get ahead of that. Doing that led to funding in Customs and Border Patrol increasing, led to the border wall being a mainstay of Democratic policymaking in 2024, and led to mass deportations happening in 2025 and 2026. Democrats set the stage for this stuff to happen. This is just the case, fundamentally.
Is going to go that far either.
Yeah.
But my point is,
load the gun, leave it on the table. That's how we got here with immigration. Exactly.
Any concession that you're making about trans existence in public, instead of just simply moving the conversation back to a territory that is appropriate, a territory that is pertinent for every single person in America, something that is more consequential for the rich person, the groceries.
The Biden won the 2020 primary. Not even necessarily. I don't even necessarily agree with that. I think 2024 was locked when Biden won the 2024 primary. Right? Anything could have happened in 2020 for 2020 and 2024 to stop Trump too. They could have done any real policies. Even if they didn't, they could have just messaged better, right, about Israel or a number of different things. and they could have won the election. They lost in like a million different ways. A million different ways.
Ability thing, healthcare, things of that nature is lost ground for no reason that then justifies the additional anti-trans bill come after that. Well, so you're opening the door to that conversation rather than stopping it. It's fucking true. My argument.
No, dude, I totally agree that Democrats should stand on business when it comes to transition. Am I lagging at all? Is it good?
No, I'm the one who's lagging apparently a little bit.
Yeah,
It's
so
crazy because it's not even
here's
fucking anymore.
what I think is happening. You can't like. Yeah, now it's lagging.
All right.
Yeah, the Mott and Bailey, of course. I show a lot of these statements are so Yeah, the Mott and Bailey, of course. I feel like you're pulling a little bit of a Mott and Bailey right now for non-Gen Z meme lingo. Like you're on your show, and this isn't even meant to be like a confrontation or anything, just so you know. But like I think
No,
this
I
is
understand.
genuinely where a
They're
lot of
saying it's
liberals
bad.
have friction.
Let's hold off for a
Yeah, I
second.
think
Let's hold off for a second. Doesn't go. One who said Mott and Bailey. All right, go on.
Yeah, I don't want you to think this is some like confrontation where I'm trying to like pin you down or anything. But when you go on your show and your stream and these clips go viral in liberal circles, I think the friction comes from you saying stuff. And it's just important that I quote you verbatim. Like Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Yeah, that's true. Democrats get mad at facts. Okay, how is that Hasan's fault? They did that. They are doing that currently, right now.
Marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party.
This is true. Incorrect. Yes. Yes, and this is the point, chat. They can only do this with Hasan. They can't talk to a trans person who agrees with Hasan. They can't talk to a black or brown person who agrees with Hasan and do this, because then they'll come across as the white liberal woke savior, right? Who is speaking over marginalized people. So they do it to Hasan because they can weaponize Hasan's whiteness to be like, see, well, you don't speak for trans people, and I know trans people who are mad at you. And then Hasan could be like, well, I know trans people who are not, and then like it doesn't matter because now you're just like two people who are not trans speaking on trans issues, you know? Or like I know black people who are mad at you. Hasan's like, I know black people who are not, and then you know what I mean? You get nowhere, right? It was why they have to do this to be like, because they won't actually engage with like the black or brown or trans or a queer communist or socialist who actually believe these things, because then they will come across as a white guy saying, no, believe me, this, I know what's best for you, and this is what it looks like. Interesting, because he didn't push back on the Israel stuff specifically because Hasan is Muslim. Is that why? I didn't see the Israel part of the conversation. I missed that part for some reason. Let's see, we'll see when we get there.
Democrats don't give a fuck
Also, I realize we're only 30 minutes in. We've been on this for 3 hours. I have a problem.
about you. They would shoot you if it meant they could secure votes. And then I come on here and you're like, wait a minute.
That's true though.
I do acknowledge that Newsom would be meaningfully better on trans issues.
That's a different conversation. What? He's like saying like, yeah, you said on your podcast, I hate pizza with pineapples on it. So why do you love anchovies on your pizza? That's a different conversation. A completely different conversation. If you're talking about the Democrats and their willingness to sell out marginalized people is different than like Hasan saying Newsom and JD Vance would be the same or similar, even if that's what he said. That's a different conversation, right? Address one of the points of the conversation. Do you think, and this is the point where I think he's wrong about, he says no, that Democrats have sold out marginalized people, right? I don't think Adam thinks the Democrats have sold out marginalized people. He's wrong for everything that I've mentioned for the last hour, right? He's incorrect. He's wrong. But that is a different conversation to like whether or not you think Gavin Newsom and JD Vance would be meaningfully different for for marginalized people. I hate this debate, man. The whole debate, he was just talking about the opposite of what Hasan was saying. It was just policing how Hasan says things. Like, it's such a non-issue. Democrats that are progressive on certain topics, can we not act like Kamala Harris didn't go on the biggest stage for Democrats and say she supports the racist border bill? Exactly. I don't think Adam cares that Democrats have sold out marginalized people, but that's what he's arguing on the basis of. You know? You thought about that? He said that she didn't, by the way.
You acknowledge that J.B. Pritzker is meaningfully better. Blue states are meaningfully better. I do. And then your strongest argument as to why Democrats are throwing them under the bus are some polls that you see on Twitter, not from Democratic Party leaders, but from like Lakshaya Jain or whatever. Some people after the 2024 election going on TV.
Some people.
And saying something to the effect of, oh, we lost because of trans.
I just like, how can I look at this person and see he's operating in good faith? Genuinely. If he's reducing down to Democratic leaders saying that trans people are the reason why we lost the election, and he's reducing that down to being like, oh no, some people are just saying that. How am I supposed to believe that he's operating in good faith? How? I'm supposed to believe that Adam actually cares about trans people? Because if he does, that would be first and foremost what he's addressing, right? He wouldn't reduce it down to being some people. He would say, yeah, the people that are doing this need to be called out. They need to be called out. If Adam genuinely cares about trans people and wants the Democratic Party to succeed and stands against the Democratic Party moving to the right on trans issues, he will be calling people like that out instead of being like, oh, well, just some people online are saying that. You know? Oh, this is the same thing you looked before. What is this? So from the I'm tired of this, he's too young to understand. Does anyone else get to be too young to understand his systems and their impact? No, and that's my frustration as well. The 4 ages of white innocence, too young to understand, made a youthful mistake, listening and learning from a different time. Yeah. That's it.
Get those people out of here. And then Gavin Newsom on Charlie Kirk's podcast. That's your evidence that the Democratic Party is throwing marginalized people or leaving marginalized people behind. I don't see it. And I do agree we should
It's not
Yeah,
as
he doesn't
either,
see
by
it.
the way.
Of course you don't see it, Adam. Look in the mirror. You're not affected by it. You know who sees it? I see it. This is what I described, again, an hour ago on immigration, on policing, on freaking healthcare, on trans issues, on foreign policy in Palestine. Like, the Democrats, if they feel like they can win votes, will sell you out. They will throw you into a wood chipper. They would kill you themselves. I will go as far as to say that. If the Democrats thought it would make them get them more votes, they would kill you on the stage with the DNC. That's it. There's been literally decades of evidence of Democrats selling out minorities. Yeah. There's a black man to death for her career. Couldn't sign the crime bill. How is that harm reduction? I mean, Joe Biden was a supporter of the crime bill. Like, what are we talking about here? Honestly, that wasn't even that long ago, bro. You guys are literally saying we would deport people better than Trump. So that is true. Why would they do that? And you just have to, it's frustrating because how do you even engage with this person in a legitimate way when he won't understand, acknowledge reality? You know? Like, how do you do that? He won't even engage with reality. The Democrats have sold out marginalized people. This is not a question. This is not up for debate or discussion. They have sold out marginalized people in a number of ways that are very meaningful. They sold out young people and young people's future when it pertains to climate and fracking and oil drilling. Like, they've sold us out to AI and building data centers nearby poor Black and brown communities. Right? Like, this goes on constantly. They sold out all of the U.S. and Palestinian people to Israel for giving them weapons and bombs to commit a genocide with. Right? They are pro-destabilization of foreign nations, Venezuela included, and they're just mad that how Trump kidnapped Maduro. And even then, some of them weren't even against that. Like, there were just a number of different ways that the Democrats have went rightward on a number of different issues. Trans issues, queer issues, black and brown issues, policing, criminal justice reform. Democrats. Abortion, right? Even the issue of being like the pro-woman party, bro. They were supporting Cuomo over the brown socialist man. The sexual assaulter, Cuomo. The Democrats. They don't care about women. They don't care about queer people. They don't care about black people. They don't care about brown people. They don't care about Palestinians. They don't care about trans people. They don't care about homeless people. They don't care about immigrants. They don't care about anybody. It's how white people too over healthcare and homelessness. True. Did I say this? Have you watched Ben Jordan's video with the infrasound produced in symptoms and causes? I saw it pop up. We haven't watched it yet though. They will likely never highlight abortion rights again after 2024. Yeah. Yeah.
She
doesn't endorse the honor. Am I wrong? He never will.
This argument extends not just to trans people in general. It extends to different backgrounds as well, including but not limited to immigrants.
These are two different arguments you're making, though.
No, because
like
the reason why is because of what you've also seen that comes usually fairly closely after the end of that clip, which is the assessment that corresponds to my broader outlook, my viewpoint, which is that there is no reason to make these sorts of concessions whatsoever. Like these are people who are infinitely more influential within the Democratic Party's ecosystem than someone like myself. Okay, every single time I talk, it starts fucking going down. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sorry. What the fuck? Dude, I hate the fucking ISPs. It's insane.
Notice 404
okay,
just subscribed.
I think it's back. They're saying we're good. Okay. Would you agree that I have a more nuanced approach to this issue than the way that clips present my perspective? Because even when we had the conversation, even when we had the conversation with Jennifer Welsh, like Jennifer Welsh and I had that conversation, there was an additional, 2 minutes of back and forth that we had where I was talking about how, like,
I watched it, yeah.
Yeah, harm reduction narratives are exactly what a lot of establishment Democrats lean on in an effort to moderate their positions for the mythical moderate voter. And this is like their primary vehicle for driving voters to go out and vote. And it's been an abject failure every single time. It's it leads to bad policies in general, and it's bad politics in general as well. Because you and I both agree that we want a fighting Democratic Party, one that fights uncompromisingly for not just individual marginalized identities, but fights for the entirety of the working class in a holistic way. And
absolutely,
when they don't present themselves as such, and they've been pretty bad at it. I mean, I think I saw you even criticize Hakeem Jeffries as well, or Chuck Schumer at least, like recently, saying like they must resign.
Yeah, our approval rating sucks.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for why there is like I think only a 77% approval rating for Democrats within the party, right? Like we have a historically high disapproval rating right now for the Democratic Party. I think it's like 21%, which is unprecedented for when a Republican is in office, a Republican that is as devastating as the Trump administration has been. That is a fucking massive alarm bell. And I feel like instead of recognizing that, we're still following along the third way neoliberalism of the past, all the way from Bill Clinton to even to a certain degree Barack Obama as well, where we just keep looking for a more moderate approach.
And that's absolute bullshit. We should not do that. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay.
But sorry,
yeah, but Gavin Newsom wants to do that. So what are we talking about? What is this conversation about then? He's saying we should not do that. We should have more progressive candidates. We should have a working class focused, materialist focused movement. But also, we were mean to Gavin Newsom, and people were mad at you online. So I need to put you in your place. What is the conversation for? This argument was just semantics. Yeah.
Going back to the Jennifer Welsh thing really quickly. So do you think that Democrats have literally written trans people out of existence? Or is that just hyperbole? Because if it's hyperbole,
of course, no, it's hyperbole.
Also, like Hasan didn't say literally. But essentially, effectively, yes. And at the end, he calls Hasan irresponsible. More semantics. It is semantics. It's just like, oh, well, you said that they've literally written trans people out of existence. But name one policy where they passed where they did that. You know what I mean? He's doing the thing like during Jim Crow. They're like, oh, well, you say Jim Crow was anti-black racist? Name one racist law on the books. You're just like, First of all, there were a bunch. But second of all, like, how do you even engage with people like that? You know what I mean? How do you even engage with people like that? They say that now. They do say that now. Name one racist. Yeah, it's like, well, you say we live in a white supremacist society. Name a racist law right now. You're just like how do you engage with? He's doing that. He's basically, okay, not literally doing that. He's basically doing that for Hasan. He's like, do you think that the Democrats literally written trans people out? Right? And if Hasan said yes, he's like, okay, well then name one. But he didn't say yes. He said no. But let's continue.
Democrats are
okay.
Because the Democratic Party is a big tent party, but the Democratic
Right?
Party
Because I don't think you can, in good faith, look at the Democratic Party and how they talk about and address trans people and think that they care about trans existence. I genuinely, like, the party apparatus, not individual party members, not like one or two people who have or are part of the party, like the whole, like, holistically, the party apparatus. I don't think you can look at that and be like, that is a pro-trans party. I don't. I genuinely. Right? At the very most, they are trans neutral, which I think is bad. You should be pro-trans, right? You should be advocating for trans people to have, full rights of human beings because they are people, right? Yeah, you should be uncompromisingly pro-trans. So you shouldn't even be trans neutral. And at the most, you can say that the DNC, the Democratic Party, is trans neutral, right? But them, giving way and ceding ground on, trans women in sports discourse and cultural war about trans people in sports, ceding ground on, a number of different trans issues, not letting a trans speaker speak, but letting freaking sheriffs speak about how great Kamala is on the border at the DNC. Right, Kamala Harris saying that she'll leave it up to the states basically, and she'll follow the law when it comes to trans people. Right, it cozying up to Liz Cheney and other Republicans. Like, they have not demonstrated, and maybe this is the difference between me and other people in the wider left, including liberals, I guess. Right, I require some evidence of my politicians and what they believe. I'm not going to imagine just because that they are Democrats that they are good on these issues. I require them to say that they're good on these issues. And maybe that's crazy of me. Maybe that's insane of me. Right? But if they want to come across as pro-trans, they have to say they are pro-trans for me to acknowledge that they are pro-trans. The Democrats have not done that. Maybe that's crazy of me. Maybe that's insane of me. Maybe I'm the problem here. I'm the problem. It's me.
And this is just how it is for the Democrats in general.
Can I finish my thought really quickly? Can I finish this thought I was having really quickly? Sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have? Sorry, no. I just want to finish this very, very quickly. You said a minute ago, hey, don't I have a more nuanced view than you would have thought that I had? And it's like, sure, but you're also just like saying two completely different things. You're giving a completely different argument. You've said I'd vote third party because at that point,
like, if we're being entirely real, this is argumentative. Like, no matter what he's saying about, he's not trying to be argumentative. I think he's lying about that. This is argumentative. This is why it's a debate.
And then
he's trying to catch Hasan in a gotcha. He's not trying to get to the root of what Hasan actually believes. He's trying to catch Hasan in a gotcha. He's trying to get Hasan to admit that he was wrong, to best him in the marketplace of ideas. Right? He's debate broing. That's what he's doing. No matter what he says, no matter what he engages with, he's debate broing. That's it. And Hasan doesn't really debate. Right? He says he's bad at debates. I don't think he's bad at debates. He just doesn't really debate. He goes into these conversations like they are conversations. Like they are two well-meaning people who have respect for each other, who, just want to talk about the way things exist. Right? I would say my conversation with Hasan is more of a conversation than this is with Adam. Right? Because at no point when I was talking to Hasan was I trying to catch him in a gotcha. At no point was I trying to be like, well, you actually said this one time and this is what you said. Right? That's the difference, in my opinion, between a conversation and a debate. Adam came with talking points and things that he wanted Hasan to concede on. That's why he kept going back to things so Hasan could concede on them. That's why he kept saying, you concede on this, or you said this, but you meant this. I think Hasan's approach is way healthier than debate lords. Yeah, but then the issue is, right, when it's a conversation with me, that's fine. But how does it work when you're in a conversation with a debate lord? You know what I mean? Like when you are talking to a debate lord. Like, you know, you have a unstoppable force meets an immovable object. What happens there? Right? How productive can that conversation be if you have somebody who's just trying to catch you off guard, you know, and somebody else who's trying to, you know, just have a normal, regular conversation holistically? Right? I did see this Hasan post. I want to look at this as well. Yeah, let's go. Let's see what this.
To at that point, it's out of my hands. You've basically
that
said
was
like all of these statements.
that
are
was
hyperbole.
the that was
so when
the
you're
argument I
repeatedly
was making.
But when you are repeatedly hyperbolizing the Democratic Party as being basically the same as the Republican Party, that creates a level of voter apathy. And I think that is why liberals on Twitter are very mad at you. I mean, of course, there's going to be like the crazy fucks who are always going to say some random shit. But I mean, like, I think that's the legit criticism that people have of the way that you approach this, is the way that you draw this false equivalency between the two parties.
Okay.
And then, like, when you get confronted on it, or when someone asks you about it, you're like, well, it's just hyperbole. It's like, no, like, we shouldn't hyperbolize about trans people, like, getting shot by. I know that that's not a serious thing you mean, of course. I'm just saying we shouldn't, like, hyperbolize about how one party treats trans people versus another when there is a.
Why not? Oh, okay. I don't want you to lie about how the Democrats treat trans people. That's it. That's the take. I don't want you to lie to trans people about how Democrats treat them. That's the main issue. That's the main problem. He doesn't want you to talk about it because it makes him super sad and stuff. He wants you to lie about it. He doesn't want you to actually address the problems and the shortfalls as it pertains to how the Democrats treat marginalized people. He wants you to lie about that they're the best thing since sliced bread for marginalized people, and the Republicans are just way worse, and you need to vote for Democrats regardless, right? Because his goal is not actually to effectively make society safer for trans people. His goal is to get Democrats elected, right? Because if your goal is actually to make society safer for trans people, you would call out transphobia when it's happening by the Democrats or by the Republicans. But I don't want you to ignore it when it's happening to the Democrats because the Republicans are worse. That's where harm reduction voting gets you, right? It's supposed to be, yeah, the Democrats aren't good, but the Republicans are worse, so we need to elect Democrats so we actually affect change, right? But it actually comes out to you are no longer able to effectively criticize the Democrats because the Republicans are worse. And if you criticize the Democrats, you're making Republicans win. And that's it.
Meaningful difference. And then when we're talking about the marginality between parties, you've said a bunch of times there's a marginal difference. You said Newsom would be marginally better than whatever the Republican is. But then when we talk about it, you say, no, there would be a meaningfully different outcome.
Marginal differences between both parties lead to meaningful differences for the marginalized identities. That is something that I have consistently, that's something that I've talked about for the past 10 years. This is something that I acknowledge. I don't think that there is no difference between two parties, except for certain issues. There are issues where there are no differences, or at least there is like broad consensus politics, right? And if you want to explore that, that's actually the biggest part of my argument. The consensus that, for example, healthcare is going to remain privatized, and that with the exception of a couple Democrats on the edges, right, but the party is broadly seen as a party that also wants to maintain private healthcare, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, the Democrats want to maintain private healthcare. Yeah.
Okay. Oh shit. Now I'm.
Yesterday I expected much more from Adam when he's arguing the same way, like all the others. Yeah, because I don't see there's a meaningful difference between Adam and other liberals. Right? He's just like. Honestly, I think Adam just packages himself a little bit nicer.
Oh god damn it! I'm effing now. Hold on 1 second. Oh god, I'll vote for any fucking.
I just view him as just like somebody who just gets paid to talk about issues that don't really affect his life. You know, that sort of thing.
Any Republican that fucking fixes my ISP. any Republican that shatters the oligopoly of ISPs in major markets like California, I'm voting for. Fuck it. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take that seriously. I know this is a serious.
I was writing that down so I could quote it. I was writing that down so I could quote it back at you later. And
Yeah.
No. In all seriousness, I'm not
I'll
trying
never
to be
advocate for Republicans. I'll never vote for a Republican. I fucking despise Republicans. So
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like here to like confront you on these quotes. Or
No,
anything.
it's fine.
I think this is where genuine.
He is though. If we're being entirely real, he is. But yeah,
this is a good conversation. This is a good conversation. Okay. So we were talking about like between the Republican Party wants to deregulate healthcare marketplaces even further at the behest of healthcare companies. Correct, right?
Yes.
And the Democratic Party's solution, at least post Barack Obama, has been at least to offer subsidies to the population, subsidies that end up still not tackling like the for-profit healthcare structure that exists, but tries to keep that system alive. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but just because Democrats are insufficient doesn't mean there's a marginal difference, and that doesn't mean there's a marginal difference in outcome. Like we agree on this.
The perspective, you see where I'm going with this. From the perspective of the everyday working class individual, it's the difference between someone who is going to get their healthcare denied, right? Because they just simply because they deregulated it. There's no more protections for people with any sort of health complications, right? Like let's say they're completely destroying that on the Republican side, and the Democrats are saying no, we need to keep the current system and we need to give the healthkare companies more subsidies so that at least like
people play in his face but not for his Twitch chat. Well, to be fair, Twitch chat is an amorphous blob of hundreds, tens if not 100,000 of people coming through at one given time or at all given times. And you don't have 1 million subscribers on YouTube that he can convert. So hashtag no motion.
like it's easier to pay for. Like you can still keep your coverage even with a pre-existing condition, but the healthcare premiums are going to continue to go up. From my perspective, harm reduction of that sort actually reflects the consensus between two parties, because the real two different planks here is.
I think Hasan also treats people he talks to face to face differently. No, for sure. I was mostly memeing, but I do think that it falls into Hasan's overarching goal of converting people's audiences. Again, this is not like digging Hasan. This is all fine. But also talking to people in person is more personable. And we saw what Hasan talks to. Hasan does this for everybody, not even just like liberals. Like, very overt reactionary people like Ethan Klein when he talks to them, or Asmongold when he talks to Asmongold. This is kind of what Hasan does. I'm like Hasan is too scared to dual stream. Yeah. That's why black people always say the Nazis are more welcome in his chat. He has a high expectation for real chatters, which leads to what they perceive as unfair treatment. No, I get that. Versus when a Nazi comes in, he actively tries to convert them. No, I completely understand that. I get why people view it that way. 100%.
Private healthcare versus socialized healthcare. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, unlike the Republican Party, is always judged by its weakest link. Because in order to advocate for more government in a country like the United States of America, where there's no confidence in the government and in the post-Reagan era, unfortunately for the Democrats, they will always be judged by whoever is a part of the rotating villain structure that ends up undermining the policy agenda that Democrats are running on. And from the perspective of the average person, from the perspective of the average American individual, they don't actually look at it and go, well, the Democrats are trying their very hardest to make sure that at least my healthcare is affordable. Some might, right? But most don't. Most look at it and go, okay, neither party is doing anything for me. What the fuck is this? So that is why I say, from the perspective of, for example, healthcare, this bipartisan consensus on private healthcare as opposed to socialized healthcare is a major one. The conversation should not be kept within the confines of what can we do within the private healthcare system. The conversation should expand to socialized healthcare versus privatized healthcare. And as
so I'm going to turn that on Adam a little, in my opinion, and ask him about his worldview. Adam, do you recognize that you were asking that we be excited for candidates that are directly choose to harm people instead of Adam letting only pestering Hasan about less for evil? He could have gotten Adam to admit that he's implicitly asking what he's implicitly asking Hasan to do, lie to make people excited to vote for terrible representatives. I understand Hasan doesn't want to be too rough on him though. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
As long as the Democrats don't do that, the differences between them are marginal.
In policy, but not outcome.
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
That's a really important.
Yeah, because
that's a really important distinction.
I can celebrate.
Is it a really important distinction? I just don't think so. I think it's only important if you want to catch Hasan in a lie or something. You know what I mean? Like, you know what he means, Adam. You've talked to him for, at this point, 45 minutes. You know what he means, right? This is why people say that Adam is clip farming, right? It's like, you know exactly what he means. He's just trying to get Hasan to concede on these points for some reason.
Barack Obama's accomplishments of like adding pre-existing condition coverage to healthcare, or allowing people to stay under their parents' insurance program for 26 years old, or getting, millions, tens of millions of people healthcare through Medicare funding, even though the Republicans basically stopped that in red states for a very long time, and it led to tens of thousands of people dying. But at the end of the day, from where I'm standing, from the way I approach the subject matter, the difference is Democrats are offering, let's say 100,000 people a year are dying. If 100,000 less people would die every single year if we had socialized medicine, and there was no issues between access to coverage at the point of purchase, right? Because it's free. Versus 200,000 people die with the Republican agenda, but with the Democratic Party's agenda, 100,000 less people die. So the difference is still, from where I'm standing, 100,000 people that should get access to healthcare, but they're not getting access to healthcare.
Just because it's insufficient doesn't mean it's marginal in outcome, though. Like, we agree.
And this is the problem with liberal identity, right? In the liberal worldview, somebody's going to die. In the liberal worldview, there is a X amount of deaths that are going to happen, right? They've already written it off. And they're like, well, the Republicans will kill 2X amount of people. And you can't even, you can't question it, right? For them, the choice is either X amount of people or 2X amount of people. Which do you choose? If you even try to think about a world like, hey, what about 0 people need to die, right? They'll automatically say, okay, any vote for 0 people is a vote for 2X. Choose now. How dare you not choose now? And that's it.
Poltergeist just subscribed.
Poltergeist, thank you for the prime. Liberals exist in a constant trolley problem perpetually and never want to stop the trolley problem. Ever in their lives. And again, I think if you live in a world of the trolley problem and you don't stop the train, you are immoral. There is no moral choice after the first 2 train track changes, except for stopping the train. You have to do everything in your power to stop the train. I don't care what you do. I don't care if you need to kill the people who are running the train, take over and then pull the brake. Right? I don't care if you need to rip up the furniture and throw it in front of the train to stop. You derail the train somehow. The only moral thing to do is to stop the train.
Agree on this. We totally agree on the difference between policy and outcome. And I could even concede that Democrats and Republicans in the capitalistic system, like, I get what you're going at. They're both upholding the same liberal thing. But
there's also plenty of
The
capitalist
same
countries
liberal thing. He can't even finish his thought here by saying they serve the same interests. Stand for something, Adam. Do you think that they serve the same interests? Do you think that they're paid by the same lobbyists? Do you think that they operate as a uniparty on a lot of issues, including but not limited to foreign policy?
that already have these programs. I mean, virtually every single one.
Professor, now I will not be crediting you with your trolley take. That's crazy.
I still don't think you should say that there's a meaningful difference between the parties without saying you mean policy, because that could just, from my point of view, as a young 23-year-old dude, there's a lot of voter apathy in my generation. You obviously influence a lot.
Yeah, I wonder where it comes from.
Young people, and I have friends that I went to high school with that have texted me like before the 2024 election saying there's no difference between the parties. Both parties are the same, and we've obviously.
Yeah. What was your response, Adam? Oh, this is Hasan's fault? Did Hasan tell you that? Or did you ask them, hey, why do you feel that way? And then they explain themselves, and you're just like, oh, let me go use my massive influence and sway in the Democratic Party to tell the Democrats that this is how people view them. Maybe. Is that crazy? Maybe that's crazy of me to think.
Illustrated throughout this conversation. No, both parties are absolutely not the same.
Well, if they're watching me and not just watching the clips, they would know that there are differences. There are marginal differences in policy that yield massive differences in outcome. Having said that, however, another area,
like the question that you should ask Adam here is, do you think it's my responsibility, speaking as Hasan, Do you think that it's my responsibility to convince them otherwise, or do you think it's the party's responsibility to convince them otherwise? And that they do a failing job of actually convincing not only myself, but the entirety of the voter base of that difference. They're unpopular. That is a reality. You are arguing in a fantasy world where Hasan can snap his fingers and make the Democrats popular. They are unpopular. If they want to be popular and stop being unpopular, they have to communicate popular things to the voters. This isn't crazy. Oh my goodness, this is like pulling teeth, bro. How do you have a conversation with these people? They don't want to win. They do not want to win.
Where there's no difference, almost no difference whatsoever, is foreign policy.
Wait, another area where there's no
because there is one.
So
there is one.
There's a lot of. There is a difference on healthcare, though. You said there was almost no difference. So there, we already established that there's a difference on trans issues. There's a difference on healthcare.
Yeah.
Meaningful outcomes on healthcare. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second.
But wait, before we move on to foreign policy, by the way, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't
like
correct.
he's just trying to catch us on in a gotcha. See, you've conceded already that there's a difference in trans issues. You've conceded already that there's a difference in healthcare, which, again, this is the thing. Adam is fine with people dying for lack of healthcare. That's it. That's the thing. Adam is okay with people dying for lack of healthcare. He is. Adam is completely fine with every major issue that happens in a Democratic administration because he's unable to fathom a world that's better than that. Unable to fathom a world that's better than that. That's it. And his goal is not to make the Democrat, because again, this energy, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'll peruse Adam's YouTube channel and I'll see him actually using any amount of leverage to pushing the Democrats more left wing. Maybe he does that. Right? Maybe he does that. Because it's a problem that I oftentimes see with anti-Trump, anti-MAGA liberal Democrats, is that they are unable to actually utilize that leverage. So maybe, let's see, I'm gonna go back to oldest. I think it's 2 years ago. When was this? 2023? Okay, this is May. Let's get to October. Yo, Foreign, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. I heard from Little Birdie you were talking about Dean Withers. From Little Birdie. Trump, right wing, Trump. I'm just wondering, did he talk about the Democrats doing genocide at all? Did he ever criticize the Democrats and push them further to the left at any point? Ever? Ever? There's a hardly that word? Yeah. What's up? How was the stream? Now, how do you think they became their darling? Never said the slightest thing about them or against them. But how can I take this seriously? Yo, Idas, thank you for the raid. You got a double raid.
ADK
Hello.
215 gifted a tier 1.
Welcome in,
sub
everybody.
to
We're talking
Foreign
about
Fridays.
Adam Mockler.
They have given 18
Stream was
gift subs
alive.
in the channel.
Yeah. Double, can we get a triple? Ooh, baby, a triple. For the Raiders, your song? What song? I have a lot of songs. I don't know. 80K, they really gifted sub. I don't know if I said that one already or not.
Word that, but I'm gonna get to the foreign policy thing in a second. You understand where I'm coming from, though, right?
The Adam
Like, 'cause
guy
from the perspective,
on the talk yesterday was very annoying to me. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Idubs? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today?
of people that are not, from the perspective of the average American, the difference between being able to pay, $1,000 a month premiums and then having your service coverage denied at the aftermath of like a significant medical complication, and not having that at all, for
Where's your
tens of
soundboard?
thousands of people is
I have a soundboard. That's the only sound I have in it.
still it's still a devastating outcome, as opposed to the alternative, which is that they pay a significantly lower share in taxes and have that healthcare be financed by the government.
Didn't
in
hear
a
it. It
single
didn't
payer.
work. What? Oh, you can't hear it. Stream Deck. But it's a Stream Deck. Okay, there you go. I turned it on.
Style system. Like that's a massive difference, right? One that
Yeah,
is
I
the
think-
Democrats are not presenting as a unified
Democrats are
vision.
insufficient. Democrats are insufficient on healthcare. Yeah, I agree. But there's not a meaningful difference. Okay, so we went
Bro, he's like, and again, he's like, oh, Democrats are insufficient on healthcare. But there's not a meaningful, he cares so much about the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans that he's unable to even criticize the Democrats for like doing horrific healthcare policies that have killed people, bro. The Democrats' lack of a public option or their apprehension to Medicare for all has killed people. People have died because they couldn't get healthcare under Democratic administrations. But they don't matter to Adam because they're not under MAGA, and he can't use it as anti-MAGA a talking point. So he can sweep that under like, oh, well, that's just happened, you know. Well, 2 people would have died for your grandma dying under Trump.
Sean the Black says she's my
You get
African
the files
princess.
that Hassan
Mickey
neglected during this
Mau Mau
debate.
just
Nah,
subscribed.
I'm not gonna. That would be enforcing Hassan or reinforcing this in Hassan's brain. And I am a part of the anti-soundboard coalition. Mickey, thank you for the tier 1. Like you said, that even more would die under Republicans. I didn't think about that actually. So it must be good the Democrats have killed some people.
went through trans issues. There's not a marginal difference there. There is a meaningful
Some of the
difference.
guys who's being paid by the Democratic Party, we don't know. We don't know.
We just talked about healthcare. I think that there is a meaningful difference between the parties. Would you say regarding outcomes?
No, what I'm
Again, this
saying
is a completely different conversation, by the way. This is a completely different conversation that is not even about like JD Vance versus whether or not JD Vance should be the nominee. That's what the original conversation was about. He's trying to score a bunch of Democrats, in my opinion. Later on, Adam mentions a project he's working on with them, even though he concedes to Hasan by the end that he needs to get the dunks of angry consultants and politicians. Every time he tries to pin Hasan on these statements, he never gives an example or difference in the outcome. He just wants Hasan to say it. Yeah, because he's trying to. I think, and this is why I think Hasan preempts too much criticism, because Hasan just kind of gives in a little bit and gives Adam what he wants. Right? Because again, I don't think anybody thinks that like the Democrats and the Republicans are like the exact same party as each other, and there's literally nothing different between them. And nobody who says that they're the same party thinks that, right? When they say that they're the same, they say that they serve the same interests. When people say that they're the same, they say that the Democrats will concede, right, to right-wing culture war framing years after the fact, right? Or they will abandon the fights that they've started when it stops being electorally advantageous. You know? There's Biden on Mockler's Twitter page, and he's staring as I'm quoting, Biden-loving lib.
in terms of socialized
So you
medicine,
don't think there's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and Republican Party on healthcare? Is there a
between the
meaningful difference in
Republican Party and the
outcomes?
Democratic Party, there is consensus on maintaining private health care.
Is there a premise of the meaningfully different I need to push back on and buried with Adam's weak AF argument?
But there's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of
Yes.
30,000 people that would have died over the past decade.
Yes,
My uncle,
absolutely.
when he was like 22 years old, got
He's
diagnosed.
like, bro, there's a mortality gap. He's like, why are you even conceding that anybody needs to die in the first place? There's a mortality gap voting for the Democrats as opposed to running somebody who would not be so bad on healthcare too. Right? This only works if you are stuck within the duopoly, the two-party mindset, and you can never, ever break that ever in your life, ever. Right? Like, yeah, you must keep churning out Democrats and nothing can ever change with that. Right? And not even just Democrats. You must be churning out like moderate liberal Democrats who will never change anything when it comes to healthcare. Right? If Adam actually cared about the mortality gap and people dying, he would be, instead of yelling at Hasan, yelling at his liberal compatriots for not voting for people who want better health outcomes. This is a psychopathic way to discuss preventable deaths. I know. But that's the liberal mindset. It's the same way people talked about Palestine. The same way liberals talked about Palestine, right? In their minds, some Palestinians need to die. And that's why it's so frustrating. In their minds, in the minds of liberals, some Palestinians needed to die. They were going to die. It's going to happen. Suck to suck, right? They can't even fathom a world that we want, which is that no Palestinians die, right? They're like, well, it's either some Palestinians die now or more Palestinians die later. Choose one, and those are the only two options. And as I said here, right, these people can only imagine a world where marginalized people are in a perpetual state of torment, saddled between both parties, bad and worse. We need to have a very real conversation that the continual offering of this false choice in and of itself is bigoted, right? Like, imagine this. Imagine your parent every night, right, goes down into your room in the basement. And he's like, here, you can either have a cup of piss or a plate of shit for dinner, right? A cup of piss or a plate of shit. That's it. Every night. You're not going to get mad at your siblings for being like, hey, can we get something else? You know, you're gonna be like, yeah, this is an abusive parent. We need another option, a third option, something different than the two of these, right? And if your parent keeps coming down with the cup of piss or the plate of shit, your parent is being abusive and is in the wrong for presenting you this false choice to begin with, right? And every single night where you engage in this false choice without fighting back and fighting for something more, right, is a night where you're doing yourself and everybody else in the basement a disservice. That's it. Basically, the Republican argument for ICE, some people have to die to do deportation, sucks to suck. Yes. It's scary how many analogies and hypotheticals we can come up with and they pretend not to understand. Yeah, because they don't want to okay, this is the problem. They are not understanding, not because they don't want to, it's because they are pro people dying. At a certain point, you have to acknowledge that liberals are for people dying. They are pro people dying. They're just like, people are going to die. It's going to happen. You have to suck it up and choose one option. Right? And the fact that that is happening, the fact that that is what people are engaging with, right? The fact that they are totally fine with giving people the piss and shit options, right? Shows that they don't care about the fact that you were having to drink piss or eat shit. Right? Because it's not them on the chopping blocks. Their life is not meaningfully different under Trump or under Biden or Trump or Kamala. Right? But the people that pay them lives will definitely be worse if Zohar Mamdani was the president. You know what I mean? That's where it gets interesting. Mystery Man 2024, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Right? But that's the important part. Because it's a uniparty between the Democrats and the Republicans, once you start bringing in progressives who are going to tax the rich, the people who pay, you know, potentially, I don't freaking know, the Adam Mocklers of the world, or that pay the Ezra Kleins of the world, will start to get apprehensive. So they would rather have you saddle between the bad and the worst party because it keeps them comfortable than to actually fight for something that is meaningful or different.
With this rare form of cancer, the ACA saved his life. That's meaningful. This is meaningful to Americans. Is it insufficient?
Yeah, what about all the people who died, right, under the Affordable Care Act that still couldn't get coverage, right? That still couldn't get health care. That still had a lack of health care, you know? What about those people? Sucks to suck, they just die anyway? Why are they acting like we're saying that that person who was covered under the ACA deserved to die? We want that person and everybody else to have health care. They only want that person to have health care. That's it. And they're pretending like we're the bad guys here. You know what I mean? They're pretending like we're the bad guys here. It's crazy. Speaking of, Adam was upset when people were criticizing chorus, but yes, what you're saying is what I wish Hasan said a bit more aggressively just once. But to be fair, we have the benefit of hindsight here. You know, we can pause and analyze this for freaking hours.
Should we spend as much time as we can polling Democrats to a more, I don't know, public option version of healthcare? Absolutely, we can do this as much as we want. But
if we're looking at numbers, though, what we're still getting back to is the very meaningful difference between socialized medicine and privatized healthcare. And the reality of the matter is that while the mortality gap exists between the Democrats subsidizing the healthcare system, even though maintaining its private structure.
Do you know what the numbers would exactly look like? So
I actually don't know what I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know off the top of my head.
Wait, you don't know the numbers between the Republicans and Democrats either. See, that's the debate bro tactic, right? Asking for hard numbers when Hasan poses a hypothetical, but not providing any hard numbers of his own, right? He doesn't have any numbers between how many people would die versus the Democrats and Republicans, but he's expecting Hasan to know how many people would die versus the Democrats and like a socialist candidate who would propose socialized healthcare, right? It's so frustrating, bro. It's so frustrating.
What the socialized medicine.
Let's say it is
gap would look
100,000
like.
people. Do you think 30,000 of those people are marginal? Let's say it is an extra 100,000 people.
Okay, what about this? What about the you know, the entirety? Why can't they all be saved? You know what I mean? Why can't they all be saved under your worldview, Adam? What's so wrong with that?
Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or
I hate debate bro culture. Me too.
No, an extra 100,000 people that would have died. Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or meaningful?
No, you
and then presented a false dichotomy, right? In a very like kind of what's the word? Myopic view of a conversation. Right? Like, what does this even mean? He just named the number 30,000 people. He's like, do you think 30,000 people would die? It was a lot of people. That's what the question was. Right? That's what the question was. He's like, what if 30,000 people died and could have been saved because of democratic policies? Do you think that's a lot? Like, okay, well, do you think the 100,000 people that could have survived under socialist policies is a lot as well? Like, it's right. So that those 30,000 plus 70,000 other people could have also been saved. Right? And the fact that you only care about those 30,000 show that you're not a serious person. The point is that the 30,000 people and the 70,000 more could have all have health care if the Democrats moved to a public option. Exactly. Exactly. So why are you defending the Democrats for killing 70,000 people? Right? He's blaming Hasan, saying like, honestly, you're kind of at fault for 30,000 people dying here, right? When it's the Democrats who are going out of their way to kill 70,000 people. They all can survive. But those 70,000 are completely written off. They don't even exist in Adam's mind. Those 70,000 people don't even exist in Adam's mind, right? they have already been written off and they're going to die anyway. It's either 100,000 people are going to die or 70,000 people are going to die and 30,000 can be saved. Right? And that's why liberalism fails. It is a failure because those 70,000 people are black and brown bodies. Those 70,000 people are trans people. Those 70,000 people are queer people. If they're not people like Adam, right? Honestly, they're not even people like Hasan. They're not people like Ezra Klein. They're working class people who live in freaking Texas, or they live in South Carolina, or they live in Florida, or they live even in California. That's who those people are. But those people are not people to liberals. They are numbers and statistics, and that's it. That is it. And that is frustrating. Right? Because if Adam was a serious person who genuinely cared about the lives of these people, he would not be debating Hasan here. He would be talking to his contemporaries. He would be talking to his peers and say, hey, let's work with Hasan to make sure all of these 100,000 people can live. But he has more smoke for Hasan, who wants the 100,000 people to live, than he does for the Democrats who are fine with sacrificing those 70,000 people. That is insane. Insane, bro. Freaking insane to me. That I'm supposed to act like this person is a rational actor. That I'm supposed to act like this person is in good faith. When he's completely fine with sacrificing large swaths of the population. It's infinitely frustrating to me, bro. Infinitely frustrating. I get frustrated by this.
Right? I'm saying that 100,000 more people would survive if they didn't have their medical care covered, or if they didn't have their medical care denied. There are people right now in the United States of America that choose to forego diabetes medication and die because they just simply can't.
And this is exactly what I mean, chat. This is exactly what Hasan means when he says that Democrats will sacrifice trans people, will shoot trans people in the head if it means getting votes. Right? That's what he means. That's what he means. This is what Hasan means. Adam is doing exactly that. In this hypothetical situation, Adam is sacrificing 70,000 people in order to garner more votes. This proves Hasan's point directly. Directly.
That's not, that's, I think you and I both agree that that's completely unacceptable, right?
Absolutely. I think that the U.S. healthcare system is pretty awful.
From my perspective, that is a meaningful difference, is what I'm saying, especially when compared to the consensus that is represented as far as maintaining a private healthcare system. So it's even a much larger number, is my point.
Yeah.
Also, his convo highlights the overall critique of Hasan. He's often converting folks from the right wing. A pipeline expecting us to use the same strategy for liberals, definitely something to reflect on. Yeah.
So I think that
because I will always agree with you when you say that Republicans are worse.
I want to see Mockler get the same amount of scrutiny to the people supporting him. Like, why is there no conversion conversation about bad faith extremists pushing this moderate?
Democrats, regardless of like the hyperbole moments or whatever that people clip to present a false narrative that I very quickly will explain after the clip ends, usually, which is unfortunately outside of my hands because, you know, we do live in a clip culture. It's people want to argue past one another, but
you seem to minimize how different the parties are a lot, though, like a lot, and it's harmful.
Yeah,
dude.
because,
like I said,
because the perspective that I'm coming at is the fact that a Democratic Party that still maintains that same consensus on maintaining private health care
again, he only cares about the difference between the two parties. Fuck the two parties, Adam. I'm sorry. Fuck them. Who cares? No one cares. Who cares? No one cares, right? I care about lives being saved. That's what I care about. Who cares about the difference between the two parties? I want lives to be saved, right? If you would rather sacrifice 70,000 lives as opposed to doing socialized healthcare, when I could support somebody who does want socialized healthcare, why would I not support that person? If you want me to co-sign 70,000 people dying when I could fight, right, for no deaths at all, why would I not do that? And the fact that you are standing in the way of that progress makes you an enemy. Genuinely. you are an enemy. If you are fine with 70,000 people dying to get your 30,000 new voters, you're not. You're an enemy. You are in the way of progress. You are an obstacle to surmount, at best. Now, if you want less deaths, and the Republicans want 100,000 people dead, and I want 0 people dead, why don't you come and join us over here? Right? Because if your ideology requires 70,000 people dead to save 30,000, it is a failed ideology. It is a failed ideology. My ideology requires 0 people dead. Well, maybe a few. They're trying to make people choose between piss and poop when there's food on the table. That's literally what I said. Same analogy, chat. Same brain.
But it doesn't. It ultimately doesn't matter. Like in the grand scheme of things, if we're saving 100,000 lives and the Democrats are saying no, we're only going to save 30,000 lives, then there's still 70,000 lives that are lost in the process.
That doesn't matter to you? Wait, what do you mean that doesn't matter?
I think we're talking past one another. There's a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus.
Okay. I absolutely agree. There is a far larger number of people that are dying in the uniparty consensus, and due to that, the healthcare system needs to be reformed. It is currently insufficient, but I can grant that and both say the 30,000 people that have saved their lives are meaningful, as we've agreed.
No, but he doesn't understand. The Democrats, the party that he's writing for, don't want to save 70,000 people. That's the problem. That's the issue. They don't want to save 70,000 people. They are fine with 70,000 people dying for the 30,000, which by proxy means that you're fine with 70,000 people dying for the 30,000. That's the problem. And you throwing your full weight and support behind them while they're killing 70,000 people is never going to convince them to change and to stop killing 70,000 people. That's the issue. You are looking at the Democrats saying, we want to kill 70,000 people, and you're saying, that's the party for me. That's my guy. Hasan is seeing them killing 70,000 people, and Hasan is saying, I'm not going to support you while you're killing 70,000 people. And you might be like, Sean, it sounds like a very similar situation that happened. Because it is. It literally happened during the 2024 election. This is the referendum on Palestine. This literally happened. This literally occurred. This is not statistics. This happened with real people's fucking lives, right? Real people's lives. Men, women, and children in Palestine. The Democrats were so committed to killing people, so committed to doing genocide, that they lost an election for it. Because they could not stop killing enough people. It is not true, and objectively, transgender migrants, disenfranchised people are a whole more far more protected than Democratic states and Republican states. Sanctuary cities are all blue states. And sanctuary cities still kill trans people, chatter. Trans people still die from a lack of healthcare in sanctuary cities. Trans people still die in blue cities. Black people are still killed by the police in blue cities. Yes or fucking no? Yes or no? Yes, exactly. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. I want that to stop. You don't want that to stop. I want that to stop. Nobody is saying that blue cities are not a little bit better than red cities are. That's not the point. The point is, I want it to stop. Yes, I do. Fuck you. No, you don't. Suck my fucking dick. You don't want it to stop. You are so worried about saying how good it is for trans people in blue cities. You don't want it to stop, right? You should never stop fighting. It's never good enough. Ever. At any point. It's never good enough. I'm not going to stop until a single person doesn't die in this country. You will. Never. At any point. At any point. If you're so worried about yelling at Hasan or yelling at myself or yelling at the people in the chat right now about how good things are in blue cities or whatever, you're not a serious person. You should have your foot on the gas. at all times, every single day, every second of every day. The problem would happen is with the Biden administration and from 20 and 2024 is you fucking liberals took your foot off the fucking gas. You know who was fighting? I was fighting. Hasan were fighting. The leftists and the PSL and the communists and socialists, we were fighting. You fucking liberals took your foot off the gas. You did that. You did it. You did it. People like Adam did it, right? Where y'all were yelling about how bad Republicans were, we were fighting to stop a fucking genocide. That's what we were doing. You took your foot off the gas. And that's the fucking problem. That's the issue. I'm not gonna sit here and engage with these stupid fucking hypotheticals about whether or not Gavin Newsom would be on paper better than JD Vance. All I know is that Gavin Newsom is not sufficient. The Democrats are not sufficient. And I would do everything in my power to make sure that they do not win elections until they are sufficient. If they want to win elections, they better get sufficient damn quickly. If they want my support, if they want my vote, they better put their foot to the fucking pedal, the pedal to the fucking metal, and start advocating for something, standing for something. Because until they do that, they ain't fucking winning. And this isn't crazy. This isn't a hot take. This is very simple. The Democrats are insufficient. They are fine with marginalized people dying on the streets, bombed into oblivion by American weaponry, so long as they think it will make them more votes. Hasan was completely correct. The Democrats will literally kill people, if they think it will make them more votes. Literally, we saw it happen. They killed with Israel. That is just a lie. No, it's not. It happened. Where were you the last freaking 2 years? They killed people in Palestine. Joe Biden was giving Israel weapons to kill Palestinians because they thought being pro-Israel was advantageous for their positions. What do you think they were doing it for, chatter? Kamala Harris refused to commit to not do that because she thought it would be advantageous. The Democrats will kill people to win votes. They've done it. The Democrats have sacrificed black people to the police by upping their budgets to win votes. They've done it. They've done it. The Democrats are running pro-fucking choice Democrats or advocating to run pro-choice Democrats to win votes. We looked at it. Ezra Klein literally said it. Your response.
Why? But I think it's worth thinking about this. Has it been bad for the Republican Party?
Sorry, pro-life.
Susan Collins, who is nominally that I want to see, that's right. They've just accepted places where they cannot compete. And I said that I want to see, real decisions being made to try to compete in Kansas and Missouri and in Ohio, and then in red states, right? Meaning redder than that. I'd like to see us running pro-life Democrats again when Obamacare passed.
They want to run pro-life Democrats. This kills people, chatter. People die because of this. The Democratic pundit class wants to run people who want to kill people who need abortions. That's what this is. This is violence. This is violence. And they would rather do this to win votes. They say it openly. Openly. Kamala Harris moving to the right on border issues, wanting to build that wall, wanting to a robust, well-funded Customs and Border Patrol, kills people. People have died under Democrat and Republican administrations in detention facilities, concentration camps. They will kill people if they think it makes them get votes. They will. This is not debatable. You cannot debate me on this. This is factual reality. They will kill people if they think it gets them votes. They have killed people because they thought it would win them votes. Objectively. 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 especially as you go back more in history. Exactly. They killed Palestinians, eroded First Amendment rights. They set the stage for militarized approaches to tackling protesters with encampments. They helped pass the Lincoln Riley Act and eroded immigration rights. They helped set the stage for normalize what we're seeing now. 100%. This is not debatable. This is objective, factual reality. This is what the Democrats have done. This is what the Democrats have done. They set the stage for the Republicans to take it farther. They load the gun the Republican uses to shoot us if they don't shoot us them fucking selves. That's it. That's it. I guess all the chatter is still yapping. Didn't engage with anything I said. If you gotta accept that there are far more laws to protect access to abortion and bullying, that's not what I said, chatter. That's not what I said. Address this. Address the claim. Address Democratic pundits who are wanting to run pro-life Democrats in red states to win elections. How does this disprove what I said? Say it. Say it or no. Address it. 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 The Democrats, Democratic pundits, Democratic consultants will sell out marginalized people in order to win votes. Ezra Klein is saying that the Democrats should run pro-life Democrats to win in red states to get votes. How is that any different than what I said? Explain. 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 Oh, wait. That's Ezra kind of putting Democrats working in the opposite direction. Fuck, I don't care. It's not a zero-sum game. You can't just say, oh, there's 2 Democrats here and 3 Democrats here. This is the National Democratic Platform, chatter. It's this. The big ticket party is this. Kamala Harris was running and campaigning with Liz Cheney. You can't just say, oh, this is one Democrat. There are a few other Democrats who are doing good stuff. It doesn't cancel out. That doesn't exist. And yes, Ezra Klein does speak for all Democrats and liberals, essentially. He's the consultant class. He's who people are listening to. Look at the actual work Democrats have done in their states. All right, fine. Henry Cuellar. Henry fucking R. United States Representative. Henry Cuellar was supported by the Democratic establishment. Nancy Pelosi and other Democratic establishment officials supported Henry Cuellar over Jessica Cisneros, even though Henry Cuellar is anti-abortion. Cuellar breaks from Dems on abortion rights on campaign trail, April 15th, 2024. House Democrats are hammering a pro-abortion message in this cycle, hoping to repeat the gains that they have made in 2022 election, but Representative Henry Cuellar won't be joining them. Cuellar, the sole anti-abortion Democrat in his caucus, is rejecting colleagues' calls to support federal prosecutions for protection for abortion. Henry Cuellar, that was supported by House leadership. House leadership's undying support for Henry Cuellar now threatens Democratic majority. Nancy Pelosi affirms support for Cuellar after FBI raid. With abortion rights under attack, Nancy Pelosi sides with an anti-abortion Democrat. This is what the National Democratic Party is doing, chatter. They are selling you the fuck out. You are a rube. You are a fool. You are a tool to be used and discarded because they don't fucking care about you. They will sell you out. And they have sold you out. They will fucking kill you if it meant getting more votes. And we've seen it time and time and time again. Time and time and time again. Don't try to weasel your way out of this. No, he does not. Oh, no, he does not. And then immediately switch to talking about somebody else. Chatter. This is somebody that was supported by the speaker at the time. You're wrong. You're trying to claim the Democratic establishment does not and will not sell you out, but they've done it. There's countless instances of them doing this to marginalized people. You are so beholden to this party that doesn't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you. They are useful, so you can use them to serve your own ends, but you have to understand that they don't care about you. Once you stop being useful, they will throw you away. They have thrown you away. They're talking about throwing you away right now. You're the naive one, Chatter. You are so naive. You are a fool. You are a rube. They're taking you for a fucking fool, and you do not see it. They're pulling the wool over your eyes right now, and you do not understand. They do not care about you. They don't care about you. They don't. This isn't crazy. I'm begging you, please remove yourself from the shackles of the two-party duopoly system and electoralism. Please keep grifting. What are you talking about? You don't care about these things. I care about these things. I've demonstrated to you why you don't care about these things. If you care about abortion, this should upset you. This should frustrate you. This should make you go feral. You should be as mad as I am right now. This should make you mad. You should be like, why is this party that I'm a part of that claims to care about me so quick to get rid of the things that I care about? Why is this party who claims to care about student loan forgiveness so quick to throw that away when it's not advantageous for them anymore? Why is this party who cares about abortion rights so quick to throw this away when I care about it? When it stops being advantageous for them? You have to ask yourself these questions. You are a fool if you think that these parties legitimately care about you. They care about their corporate interests, and that is it. We need to protect each other in this society. The Democrats will not do it because given the slightest inclination that the right-wingers may vote for them, they will throw away anything that they care about to win those votes. It has happened time and time and time again. Is something funny about this, Chatter? Sure. Is there unban requests? Intel, Microsoft are priority targets for the PDS movement. Are you using an Intel processor or Windows? Any technology these companies? And also, didn't you accept sponsorship for Disney? You are a hypocrite. And you call yourself an armed resistance and your hug bags as unconscionable? Yeah, that makes sense. What their name was S. Goldman. I didn't necessarily think that they were a serious person, but they are useful to the point that I was making. But I do hope this got through to them. It didn't, but I hope that it did, because I genuinely want more people to understand that Democrats do not care about them as people. They don't. 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 They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about black women. They don't care about black men. They don't care about Latinos. They don't care about anybody. They don't care about any of us. They don't care about trans people. They don't care about queer people. They care about you so far as they can use you. They will appeal to you only so far as though they want to demand your vote, and then they will throw you away when it's necessary. And it doesn't have to be this way. My point is that it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. There is something better. We can affect change collectively together. So black women, they think I owe them my vote, yet I'm the first to get sacrificed. Always. 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 And this is what it means for to be controlled opposition, right? This entire conversation is about the Democrats being controlled opposition. That's all it's about. They keep the Republicans strong and around because they can utilize the Republicans to weaponize them against you and me. That's it. I guess the only lie is the Democrats would do anything to get more votes. Seems like they will only do things if they think it will get more donors. Yes, this is true. Sometimes those are a lie, but it is true. They mostly care about the donors. That's it. Why they're on Twitch, Amazon platform, they don't care about that. That's kind of the point. Different judge hears testimony in challenge to Governor Polis's ICE compliance policy. I don't remember where I clicked on this. But yeah, but like, that's the point. And it's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. They were saying that as an own chatter, not because they actually care about the BDS or Palestine. Yeah. Dems have literally backed the worst of the worst Republicans because they think they can beat them because of how harmful the Republicans are to a threat, essentially. Yeah. It's so frustrating because like the Democrats have always talked about wanting a strong Republican Party. And you expect me to believe that they're not serving the same interests? Really? All of them talked about this. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, they've all talked about having a strong Republican Party. And you expect me to believe or give a fuck what Adam Mockler has to say about it being different? Nigga, you tell that to the freaking leadership. Tell it to the people who signed your freaking checks. Tell that to the people at the top of the DNC. Tell that to the people who are running for office. Tell that to Joe Biden. Tell that to Kamala Harris. Tell that to Hakeem Jeffries. Tell that to Nancy Pelosi. Tell that to them. They want the strong Republican Party. If they're so different, you should tell that to them. Why are they telling me that they want a Republican in their cabinet if they're so different? Here, this is what Doug Emhoff, right, Kamala's husband said. Doug Emhoff, we need a strong Republican Party. Doug Emhoff, the husband of the Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris, said that the U.S. needs a strong Republican Party to ensure productive debates on policy in this country's future. The second gentleman made the comments on a Friday episode of the Rest is Politics U.S. podcast, hosted by former White House Communications Director Anthony Scaramucci and journalist Katie Kay, in which he said also said it's not enough to not support former President Donald Trump. You got to support Kamala Harris if you really care about the future of this country, you really care about the future, right? You have here. Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi says we need a strong GOP and that this one is a cult of thugs. The same GOP that was anti-miscegenation against gay marriage, the same GOP that was transphobic and is transphobic still outside of Trump. Like, what are we talking about here? This is what the Democrats are. So I'm sorry, miss me with that shit when you say, oh, why are you not saying the parties are different? Tell that to the fucking leadership. Tell that to the people at the top. Tell that to the people who are running around saying we need a strong Republican Party. The party leader for what, like 20 years? Yeah. If they love Republicans so much, then just become one cuck. They do. That's the point. The point is they do. They do become Republicans. They become the Republicans of yesteryear. That's the point. And then you have the fucking Adam Mocklers of the world who want to turn around and yell at us for saying that they're similar. And that's what's so frustrating. It's like pulling freaking teeth. I think Hasan ceded a little bit too much ground on this, if I'm being entirely real.
So I think that we
we don't have a disagreement on, like, that's the reason why I was also an advocate for the Democratic Party shutting down Congress when the Republicans were ironically trying to do the harm reduction narratives on their side, when they were like, well, every day that Congress is shut down, where we're not conceding to your very reasonable demands about funding healthcare and adding the additional COVID subsidies back, you're allowing tens of thousands of, or if not millions of public workers to be furloughed and possibly die. Like, the point I'm trying to make is, in a much broader vision that is both politically beneficial, electorally beneficial.
Like, I just, it's so frustrating, because the point is this. Let me give you the sauce, chat. If for the few people that are here to listen to me, let me teach you how you respond to this. If somebody asks you, well, do you think the Republicans and the Democrats are the same, right? Your response is very simple. You say, well, if they're not, why do they keep agreeing with the Republicans? That's your response. It's that simple, right? Someone's like, oh, why do you say that they're the same? You say, well, if they're not, why do they keep working together on this shit? Why do the Democrats keep doing Republican shit? Why do they keep saying they want a strong Republican Party? Why do they keep saying they want to have a Republican on their cabinet? Why do they keep hanging out and parlaying with Republicans, right, like in Congress? Why do they keep engaging with them? Why do they keep talking about them? Why do they keep acting like they're a normal, reasonable party? Why? Why do they keep doing Republican shit if they're not Republicans? I want them to be different. They don't want to be different. How is that my fault? Yeah, why are they getting paid by the same people? Why is their foreign policy almost identical? Why are they agreeing with Trump on his foreign policy 9 times out of 10? And only being like, well, I don't like how he did this. If they are different, they should tell me that they are different. If they are different, they should demonstrate that they are different. I want them to be different. They don't want to be different. That is not my fault. Yeah, if not Republican, why Republican shaped? That's your response. That's your answer. Right? Because no matter what you or I think about them being different, they don't think they're different. They see themselves as peers with Republicans. They see themselves as engaged with Republicans. That's why Hakeem Jeffries doesn't want people to protest Donald Trump. That's why Hakeem Jeffries doesn't want people to protest Trump-era policies. That's why Hakeem Jeffries doesn't want people to protest by going to CCOT in El Salvador, or going to Minnesota, or going to Los Angeles. That's why Hakeem Jeffries, as the leadership of the Democratic Party, stands in the way of the protest to the Republicans. They don't care about that. If this isn't even a hot take, it's literally so obvious. Yeah, but these people have to pretend like it's a hot take because they can never be wrong or incorrect because they are paid by the DNC. And I'm not going to hear anything otherwise because they are paid by the DNC. You know who's not paid by the DNC? Me. You know who's never been paid by the DNC? Fucking me. And that's why I have this fucking take. Gosh darn it.
The Democrats refusing to take seriously because of...
I feel like I'm getting more and more unhinged as this is going on, bro. I feel like I'm getting more and more unhinged. I can feel the spittle leaving my mouth. How far are you in this video? We're 54 minutes, which honestly, further than I thought we would get today. Further than I thought we would get today, honestly.
Donations that they get from healthcare companies that want to maintain, that have a financial interest in maintaining a private healthcare
I usually
system.
don't. Like, legitimately, I usually don't. I've tried to be better. I've tried to do more fun stuff and not get so heated, right? Because I used to do this, like, a lot. Right, but it hit so hard after the election, like, I crashed. I spent the 6 to 8 months leading up to the election doing this, and then afterwards I crashed. I couldn't you know what I mean? There's only so much I can have this conversation. But I still stand on it. I stand on it. I stand on it. I stand on it. I stand on it. But hey, people don't listen to me. I'm a black socialist. Why would they care? You know, I'm not a white freaking 23-year-old who's a nepo baby whose daddy's money and connections puts him on freaking Piers Morgan. You know.
The Democrats are writing off the additional
Also,
70.
you probably couldn't even tell who I was talking about. I wasn't even talking about Adam there. I was talking about freaking Dean. Or it's not Dean. Arian Parnas. See, I got it mixed up too.
1,000 people, and they're getting away with this argument by presenting it as a lesser evil argument, because it's true. Lesser evil argument is the lesser evil argument. The harm reduction theory is correct, but because of the harm reduction,
about Morning Joe blaming trans issues for Kamala losing, they will use you then blame you. There's if I get in line, this never works by the way. They will throw any marginalized population under the bus, and true blue Dems would sign off on it. They are literally blue Republicans that might apologize 20 years later. Exactly. Also, this is what Adam was saying. It's just some people were saying. Morning Joe on MSNBC, one of the biggest liberal outlets. Not so much anymore, but used to be. Morning Joe continues fixation on trans issues in post-election blame game without talking to trans people. Yeah. Yeah. It's just so insanely frustrating. Insanely frustrating. I can't stand it, bro. I cannot stand it.
in theory, being correct, the Democrats lean onto that rather than actually advocate for a bold vision. And at times they even lose the election, but it seemingly doesn't matter. Right.
I think what we should do before the 2028 primaries is push our party as much as possible to reject the type of special interest groups that have led to this over the.
How? With what leverage? Adam? How do you expect to push them? Maybe withholding your votes and using your massive influence to withhold your vote and proclaim that you will not vote for them unless they reject this special interest? Or you're just saying this, just like, you just ask them nicely and then hope that they'll do it. What I was so mad about yesterday, how? They don't have a how. Right? It's like people saying you can protest, but just not like that, or like that, or like that, or like that. Like you can protest for Palestine, just not on the campus that you pay to be on, essentially, but also not in the public roads, but also not on these sidewalks, but also not in the crosswalks, but also not in these buildings, not in these public parks, not being too loud, not being in a group larger than 50. But you can still protest. Also, yeah, not on your social media. Yeah, but you can still protest, we promise. You're just like, how? You're just like, well, you figure that out, kind of thing. This guy's like, we should push the Democrats. You're like, okay, I withhold my vote. No, not like that. Then how? How do you want them to protest? How do you want people to protest? You can protest as long as you can be safely ignored so people don't have to pay attention to what you have to say. Exactly.
For the past decade have led to the Democratic Party kind of feeding into this. But yeah, so I don't mean to keep hammering down on that point.
We're just different. I think I said mediocre for all or no vote. That would be funny. Medicare for all or no vote.
I want to go to foreign policy because I think we can illustrate that. So can you just say if you agree, yes or no here? So the Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes
Debate bro
when it
tactic,
comes to
by the
trans
way.
people.
This is a debate bro tactic. Reducing Hasan's answer down to just say yes or no to this answer is a debate bro tactic. You remove and strip all nuance. You just say this because if you say yes, you concede and I win. And if you say no, then you look stupid and I win.
People, yes, right. The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to trans people. Yes, right.
It's also not what the conversation was about, but sure.
The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to healthcare.
Also not what the conversation was about, but okay.
The Democratic Party, marginal or not, in terms of their different approach.
Also, with
both-
Hasan just doesn't care about that. He'll just yap, which respectable.
Well, healthcare is even
Sounds
more
like
marginal.
F your ultimatum, bro. I'm just gonna start talking.
But the Democratic Party's approach to these issues, from the perspective of the people that are receiving it, from the perspective of the people that are looking at it, from the
So,
way
Goof,
that they
thank you for
handle
the
the
2
conversation,
months.
the way that they move
No, I'm getting
to
grifted.
to a centrist position on a lot of these key positions is marginally different. But marginal differences.
Discussion between two sis dudes talk about what's best for us. I can empathize, Natty Kate. I completely understand what you're talking about. And it is frustrating. It is frustrating.
Yield significant outcomes for the people.
So the average person views the policies as marginally different, even though they're the ones who are receiving the outcomes. Like the person who either gets
yes,
insulin or doesn't
100%.
get
Do you
insulin.
think that the
Wait,
the average American is making a
Also, this is also true. And Adam not knowing this shows that he's not qualified to be a political commentator. You should know this if you talk to people, Adam. Instead of going to talk to Trump supporters and getting them riled up for your clicks, talk to normal people. Go to a soup kitchen and talk to the people there. Go to a freaking college university and just engage with the people and what they think. Just talk to them. You will know that, yes, people don't like either party. They view the parties as the same. Like, I'm sorry, I talked to normal people. I guess if you are a Nebo baby whose parents are freaking loaded from your insurance company that your family owns, they're like, yeah, it's pretty hard to talk to normal people, right? But just talk to normal people. They will tell you, I hate both parties. I vote for the Democrats, but I freaking hate both parties. I hate them. They suck. They sucks and I hate it. This is the normal worldview, right? And this is what's so frustrating, that no normal people are ever in these conversations. You know what I mean? No, like, people who've, like, you know, come from, like, working class backgrounds, who've engaged with working class people, are ever in these conversations. You know what I mean? That's so frustrating. You have the freaking Aaron Parnez's and the Adam Mocklers and the Dean Withers and the Harry Sissons and the Chris Mowrys and the Ezra Kleins, and, like, there's never any normal people. Where's the John Jefferson or whatever, who was the father of two, who decided to start making TikToks and got super successful, and now is on mother freaking CNN or something? That never happens. Where's that guy at? Gosh darn it.
a rational decision when they're voting?
Not the average American, but the Americans that are affected. Like if you need insulin and you get rejected due to a Republican Party, that's meaningful. There's meaningful outcomes there.
Yeah, and yet they still make irrational choices all the time. I mean, that's. I think I wouldn't. I didn't think you'd disagree with me on that. Yeah. Well, how many people with like immediate undocumented family members voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
They are
People
insanely irrational in their decision making. That's why I always
Again,
say
the fact that Adam doesn't know this is a knock on his credibility, in my opinion. Yeah, people vote against their own self-interest. The Republican Party is way more popular than it ever needs to be because the Democrats suck. How do you not know this? This is one of the very core tenets of why the Republicans keep getting elected. If you want to stop Republicans from getting elected, you have to know this. No wonder he doesn't know any of this shit, bro. No wonder he has no idea how to make Democrats win. He doesn't know why people are voting Republican. He thinks all Republican voters are just like stupid freaking rednecks from from freaking Alabama or something. Like, no, these are people who were just like, yo, maybe I'll try something different this time. Maybe it'll help me. Right? And also some stupid people from Alabama, you know, they exist too. they exist too. It's fair. Alabama guy here. Well, okay, maybe not you. Maybe not you. I don't know how you're up to. There's no systemic analysis in this convo. Just Dems, Republicans, that is this slop? Yeah. It's just like, I know everyone's seen CNN clips, but it makes sense why he keeps getting invited back after watching this. I mean, because the CNN doesn't want people like me. CNN want people like Adam. They want people to toe the party line. That's really it, right? Or if they want people like me, they'll have on like Breonna Joy Gray to try to set Breonna Joy Gray up to be yelled at and dogged on by the Republican correspondent or something, because they want to make progressive look bad or something. Like, I don't think the ignorance is real. He knows. His entire platform is pretending like he doesn't, while somehow offering a better option. Maybe. The job to steer well-meaning people away from class consciousness? Yeah.
You have to have a definable agenda that makes you that makes you viable at the elections. There's two different problems here.
People are going to be irrational actors no matter what, though. People are going to be irrational actors no matter what.
That's why you got to fucking bludgeon them in the head. That's why you got to bludgeon them in the head in the same way that Republicans unfortunately do very well and they have less structural hurdles than the Democrats do, obviously, in this situation, but they bludgeon people in the head by saying, make America great again. Here's what those values mean. And then they just like add a bunch of nonsense into it. They engage in hyperbole. They regularly will be definable by their policies. Build the wall. It's like very simple. It's very simple stuff that they actively harp on. And the Democrats are constantly running on a defensive posture. And my argument is, The reason why I think they're running on a defensive posture is because they can lean into the harm reduction narratives, because the harm reduction narrative is a correct approach. It is correct in theory, but given that most voters are making irrational decisions, unless they're literally fucking bludgeoned in the head with it over and over again to spell out those party differences, they're not going to make a rational choice. And many of them are not even going to vote at all. My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris, contrary to what people say.
2020, if it's 2028, man, and we're running on like harm reduction narratives in the general, I will be very, very disappointed. I hope that we have a really, I'm excited.
You'll be disappointed. So you understand what I'm saying though, right? Then don't you feel like it would be out of your hands as far as like what you can do? Because at that point, I can.
Wait, out of my hands, what I can
lie
do,
to my audience. At that point, I can lie to my audience and be like, "No, you guys don't understand."
Well, you can
Harris
vote for what? I want to finish. The reason why there's a reason why Hasan is treating Adam cordially. The same reason we should treat him cordially as well. Fuck him. I don't think Adam's enemy to progressive policy. If you can't convert people like this, what are the chances to convert people further? There's a line with good policy. Fuck him. Adam is a paid propagandist, weaponizing my community and other marginalized communities to funnel people back into the Democratic establishment without even being relatively or slightly critical of the Democratic establishment. Also, he's a fucking liar. So fuck him. Does not get what he wants? Fuck him. I don't care about him. He suck my dick.
She says we're gonna have the most lethal military. What she actually means is that
he's a propagandist.
War as a
He's not a little baby 23-year-old. He's a paid propagandist who is lying about the role the Democratic Party has played in the lives of marginalized people.
as opposed to Donald Trump.
Well, but could he be different? May he be different? Maybe. Sure. Right? That does not change what he is and what he is doing here, which is propaganda. He's lying about the role of the Democratic Party, right? And that harms marginalized people. This is harm. This is a part of the same system of harm the Democratic Party perpetuates. Another prime example of the bigotry of low expectations. Yeah. I think Hasan likes to attempt to meet people where they are. Is definitely to a fault when you can't bring people like Adam up to where you are. I get what Hasan's doing. And again, Hasan can do whatever he wants to do. I'm not sitting here saying this is what Hasan can or cannot do or should not do. I'm just saying it's fuck him. Because he's wrong and incorrect. And if he's ignorant, he shouldn't be getting paid. And if he's malicious, it's fuck him. You know what I mean? All too often do we allow, middling white young adults who have shitty politics to be elevated to the top and the forefront of the movement. That's why, because I watched this debate reaction from a bunch of other people, and it's the anti-Hasan ones basically saying he's a paid propagandist in almost the same way. Yeah, but Adam is a paid propagandist. He's doing propaganda. He's doing pro-liberal, like pro-Democratic Party, pro-DNC propaganda. That's what he's doing. There's no other way to tout that. That is what he's doing objectively. He's lying about the role the Democratic Party has played in funneling marginalized people back to the party while giving them pennies as recompense. That's it. I think he's a liberal, ideological liberal. He's partisan that way. I sincerely doubt his opinion is biased. No, his opinion is definitely swayed by his audience capture. He's a liberal online with an audience, and that definitely plays a role into what he believes. Why would he believe any different when he got 2 million subscribers and this is his job to be a liberal influencer? That's it. I don't know if he's getting paid by the DNC or getting paid by the party. He's definitely lying on the party's behalf. That's objectively true, right? But he is a paid propagandist. He's paid for doing his propaganda. Why would he make chorus for free? I mean, he might just be dumb. A black man's got to fly to get somewhere where a white man can walk to. Chris Rock. Wasn't Chris Rock in the Epstein files? Liberal influencer sounds so weird. Like I haven't heard of him until now. Actually, you don't watch liberal influencers. Chris Tucker was? Oh. definitely tries to expand the differences between the Democratic Party and Republicans do. I think Hasan makes it clear later on from an anti-capitalist perspective, the difference is not huge. Wrong black man? Oh. It was Chris Tucker. Rip. Chris Rock did something. Is that in the same part of creators as Dean and Parker? He's similar, yeah. I think, to be fair, I think Adam is better than Dean and Parker just because he doesn't do like debates as his mainstay content, right? Adam at least talks about the freaking news to a certain extent. You know what I mean? He's not like, or at least nowadays he's not doing the, let's debate MAGA supporters for the next, 3 hours or something. Right? So he is slightly, at least better in that regard. Right? But he is doing propaganda. I think people minimize the harm that that he's causing because he's young. Right? He's lying. He's directly lying here about what the Democrats are doing. That is malicious. He's lying. I think people are being very very charitable to him because he's young. Also because Hasan said to be charitable. But he's lying. He's lying. Objectively so. And then you have other people who are coming in here repeating his lies. Right? His claim that the Democratic Party would not sell out marginalized people in order to win votes. It's either ignorant or malicious. And if it's ignorant, he should not be a paid political commentator. And if it's malicious, it's fuck him. Does that make sense? You want to believe what black culture icons had photos in the Epstein files? Was it Chris? Why is it Bill Clinton the first name on here? Sorry. It is Chris Tucker. Okay. Dang, I need to get my black people messed up.
You say, your audience, listen, we had an ideological primary, and if Gavin Newsom is the nominee, this obviously did not go our way. We will continue to pressure his administration, but the difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a JD Vance...
Also, him not understanding and realizing that, like, there is no pressuring Gavin Newsom. The same way there was no pressuring Joe Biden. Does he think that Joe Biden was sufficiently pressured by the left flank of the party? Did he not see the rampant genocide that Joe Biden was objectively co-signing? That doesn't exist. It does not exist. If you get Gavin Newsom, you're getting Gavin Newsom. What pressure do you have? The only leverage you have is your vote. That is it. That's collective power in the electoral system. The only leverage you have is your vote. Is you organize in the electoral system specifically. But that's it. Organizing is otherwise, you know what I mean? That's other kinds of power. But like as a voter, your power comes specifically from who you vote for or who you don't vote for. That's all that they care about because, they want to be elected. Right? They want to be elected. And so why would you not withhold that vote to pressure for the things before electing Gavin Newsom? Right? Why would he listen to you after he's elected? He's already got elected, What kind of pressure do you have? His approval rating? Like the Democrats care about that. They have record low approval rating right now, and they're still not doing things that they should be doing. You know what I mean?
Voting third party.
You did this with Jubilee. I did, and look at where it got me. Look at where it got us. The exact same place it would have gotten us otherwise. I think Gavin is essentially running on a campaign of hunting homeless people for sport, and it's gross. It is gross. But he's like, Gavin Newsom is not a uniquely bad Democrat, though. Gavin Newsom is like the most standard Democrat. That's what Democrats do. He's a partisan, so yeah.
Abstaining and lowering the threshold for JD Vance to win is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would restore. It's a difference between like a mother in
Did
Sudan.
he say he would restore USAID? Based on what? Based on what? We're on Jubilee. I didn't miss here. I was on Jubilee. No, I'll show up for the new chatters. Sure. I'll show up for the new chatters.
So let's be very.
Not this one.
So let's be very clear.
No Jumper, coolest podcast.
Would you vote for someone held civilly?
Results of the election in this room, the only way to change it is to participate.
Knowing today's result with Trump winning, a little more
is that and the annoying. I think that this is like a really important example of the value of a vote. Sometimes this system feels very impressed upon us, and that we don't really have much of a choice, and that we're like sort of not autonomous over this political system, but we are. Everyone's vote matters, and I understand why people might not want to vote for Kamala Harris. Get over it.
And I think that this should be a message to Kamala Harris specifically. She will lose the election if she continues down this path of placating to the right and pandering to Republicans. And will I still vote for her or not vote for her in November if she does not move on Israel and if she does not institute an arms embargo to stop the genocide of Palestinians? I will have no choice but to go forward with my decision.
Oh, then look at what exactly happened. I can't even play this game about like I was right. Of course I was correct. It wasn't even a hard lock to make. If Kamala Harris didn't give people what they want, they won't vote for her. That's crazy. I know. But that's why this is so frustrating. It's not even difficult. It's not even a difficult thing. Just give people the things that will make their lives better. Stop pandering to Republicans, please. Please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you, stop pandering to Republicans. Is that not a little bit crazy that they were doing this back then as well? I literally said, please stop pandering to Republicans. They didn't listen to me though, so not my fault.
And having a malaria vaccine for their infant son versus that malaria vaccine not being there and the son dying. There's multiple studies and models showing that 12 to 14 million people will die by 2030 due to the cuts of USAID. And I think that the onus is on us in 2028, whether it's Newsom or another candidate, to be at the end of the day, be like, yeah, we have to suck it up and we have to not only just reduce harm marginally.
What if that candidate says they weren't going to fund USAID? What do you do then, Adam? What then? What then? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You have this convo with him. I feel like you do a better job. Yeah, but there's a reason why. It's like that's cyclical, right? I don't have these conversations with these people because I don't have the influence. I would have the influence if I, had this conversation with these, the things that I say stop me from having the influence that I would take to even be in the room where these conversations are happening, right? Hasan is the only person who has that level of influence. So like, he just like gets grandfathered in a little bit. Like Hasan is the only person who can have these conversations with these people. That's kind of the thing. It's not even just about Adam Mockler. It's about with the Democratic establishment. I'm not being invited to the DNC. You know what I mean? I'm not being invited to CNN panels or Piers Morgan panels or MSNBC to speak about why people feel disillusioned with the Democrats. They're not inviting me to stuff like that, right? They're inviting Hasan to stuff like that sometimes. And most of the time, people like Ezra Klein and Adam Mockler and Harry Hasan. What they do is expand this back 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Look at the harm reduction voting has done. Would it have been better to bite the bullet back then to get a new way forward or not? You can go on Piers, you let anyone on? Yeah, I don't want to go on Piers. That's kind of the other point is I don't want to go on Piers, right? But the point is that even if I was there 1, they would listen to me. 2, they would kick me out. But 3, they also wouldn't listen to me. So I would tell them exactly what I'm saying now, and they'll be like, yeah, but like, no, and then they won't listen to me, and nothing will change. Right? This is why power doesn't come from being in these spaces and having these conversations. The power comes from building power among us, organizing in your communities. That's where effective power actually comes from. The USA thing is extremely annoying, just like immigration discussions. It never moves to why are people coming here. It never discusses the economic policies that create poverty around the world. Without the discussion, solving immigration and U.S. aid issues is moot. Yeah, but have you considered that U.S. aid, they can weaponize, people in developing nations, and there's them as a statistic to use against the left and the right as well, to make them feel good as people. It's like charity. It's basically with U.S. aid. It's like, why do you hate charity? It's like charity is not like the end all be all of fixing poverty, right, or oppression. In the same way that like U.S. aid is a band-aid solution for problems that the U.S. has caused, right? But if you criticize it, they'll be like, "Why do you hate charity? You know, why do you hate charity? Why do you hate charity? Why do you hate? Why do you hate charity?" Essentially, you feel me? Can you have U.S. aid without it being tied to the CIA programs that overthrow other people's democratically elected governments? No, not really. That's kind of an essential part of it. It's kind of like why it exists in the first place. It's not, they're not doing it for charity. They're not doing it because they actually want to help these developing nations. They're doing it to destabilize other regions. Right? It's like the soft imperialism to the hard imperialism of literally taking and kidnapping Maduro. Right? You need both of them. You know what I mean? He wants soft power back. Exactly. Yeah, he wants the soft power back. But like, I want to give out malaria vaccines to people who need them. Yeah, but the U.S. is never gonna do that. Right? That will never come under capitalism. Are we forgetting that Bill Gates literally wanted to stop the COVID vaccine from being given to other countries so he could sell it to them to make money? You know what I mean? Like, that's a deeper problem with capitalism. He did stop it. You're right. He did stop it. He did do that. But that's kind of the point. Sorry, friend of Epstein, Bill. You're right. His full name is best friend of Epstein, Bill Gates. Flew on Epstein's jet, Bill Gates. I can't forget that part of his name. That's his title at this point. No, what? Did you don't remember that? Yeah, like Bill Gates was like, he wanted to like safeguard, as in like hoard publicly funded COVID research that he helped fund from these universities so that they can be sold to other countries and not just given to stop the spread of the pandemic. Man, there's going to be history is not going to look kindly back on the leadership of this era, like at all. that span of 2020 to 2024, 2016 to 2026 at this point, like history will not look fondly back if we even have textbooks to cover this. You feel me? Even Angela Merkel did it. And then you have Biden, who literally opened the country back up and was like, good luck, y'all. It was really bad. Bro, 1776 true, but like this span of country, like we look back at like the Reagan era policies and we're like, that was really bad. People are gonna look at like Trump and Biden and Obama and Clinton and Bush. Man, we've had a rough go at presidents, bro. We've had a really rough go at presidents. Keep going. I could keep going. Man, that's just it's been bad. It's been bad. Okay. Let's continue. I'm trying to get to at least the hour mark, and then we'll call it.
Runs on saying even if he's going to restore USA, I hope he doesn't try to run on restoring USA, because I feel like that will lead to a
He
significant
should not
defeat.
run on restoring USAID.
No,
He
no,
should
no.
be
Even
running
if he's
on-
going to do it, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying he
Yeah,
should
yeah.
not be. He should not be running around being like, I'm going to restore USAID. That's
I mean,
why.
yeah, it is also like, it's kind of like, it's not like funding Israel, but like, you are going to be hard pressed to be seen as like the everyday man if you're like, yo, we're gonna restore US aid, and not like, let's, I don't know, fix the material conditions of the people who live in this country. Did you finish the entire video today? Nah, we've been on this the entire day.
You should vote for me.
No, that's totally fine, but this matters. This matters. There's
No,
a huge,
I
huge
don't disagree with
mortality
you.
gap
I don't
expected
disagree with you on
over
that
the next
either.
few years. So what do you mean it's
maybe it'll come
what do you mean
across
it's out
as
of
a
your hands
shock
at
for
that point?
people, but
What do you mean it's out of your hands at that point? I don't think it's out of our hands at that point.
What is out of my hands is that no matter what if people ask me about, why Kamala Harris was not coming out and releasing a statement about the significant differences that she presented,
He's still harping on that?
as opposed
yes,
to the
because
Biden
he has to go
administration's
back to his talking points. He has to go back to. I don't remember being this frustrated when I watched it the first time. I was frustrated, but I wasn't this frustrated. Maybe y'all are you all are a bad influence on me. You're a bad influence on me. I was frustrated, but I wasn't this frustrated.
Gaza policy, because I think we agree that like she did not separate from Joe Biden in a meaningful way at all, right? Like,
yeah,
she did, and that's a big part of why she lost. So, so one of my biggest points of contention, especially leaving the DNC where I got basically blackpilled, I was like, I could not believe like how much people were celebrating it and how much people thought like, oh, we got this in the bag. When the situation on the ground showed a very different reality, at least from my perspective. When Kamala Harris refused to sever ties with Biden, and I know that would have been a complicated process regardless, and there would be a lot of drama surrounding it, but I think with expert messaging, that would have been very beneficial for Kamala Harris. Similar to like Mark Carney versus, Justin Trudeau, like cutting the dead weight, basically taking out an unpopular figure and then rising from the ashes and presenting a bold new vision. Even within 107 days, she could have, tried to do this. When they didn't do that, and they tried to win by hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, and tried to win by like going after this mythical moderate voter in the exact ways that Matt Iglesias and Jonathan Chait and all these other people presented as a positive, like a lot of these commentary folk that the Democrats do listen to for some reason. I don't know why. When they ran around with this pivot to the center and kept repeating it, and the consulting class kept repeating that this was like the appropriate thing to do. When I had two options, I could have just been like, well, guys, you have to understand Kamala Harris.
I'm convinced that Palestine took a big part in Kamala losing. Last time I checked, the 40 affairs are not a big part of voters in general. Palestine is not the only reason why Kamala lost, but it definitely is a reason, right? It definitely is a reason, right? Because Kamala lost because she didn't appeal to the non-voters. She failed to a few things. She didn't appeal to the non-voters. She failed to convert Trump voters and Republicans, and she lost support from her constituency, the base, the progressive people. These group of people right here, they cared about Palestine. These other two did not. This person did. This group of people did, right? So it did play a role in her losing, right? But she lost so much ground everywhere that, like, I think if she would have done everything correct, I think her bad Palestine position would still have lost her the election, right? But she was bad on everything, so she lost ground everywhere. And she lost so poorly that, like, it's like still like top 5 reason why she lost, but it's not number 1, if that makes sense. I wonder why they nuked the autopsy. Probably because it showed exactly that. Palestine was definitely a big proponent of why she lost progressive support. And progressive support was necessary if you were going to lose moderate support, independent support, and non-voter support, right? She could have had a Hillary margin loss instead. Yeah, it was real. She lost by the worst margin I think we've seen from any candidate in a while. Watching your streams, maybe see liberals, and just how much Democrats don't care about us in a new light. What do you think the voters should do to make our votes more impactful, or make our votes disrupt the 2-party system at least? Vote for third-party candidates locally. Well, number 1, organizing your local communities. Number 2, use that organization to run locally if you can. If you can't, vote for the most progressive and left-wing third-party candidates locally, so that maybe in 10 years, you can vote for somebody for the presidency for third party. Third party is not viable, and it will never be viable if you keep throwing your votes at a third party presidency. But locally, for county commissioner, city council, general assembly, state senate, having third party candidates run for those seats and then winning those seats will show that people that like, hey, there are other parties out there. And then within like 10 to 12 years, you can get to a place where like those people are winning like congressional elections and then the presidency eventually. DSA and PSL, if possible, better to organize a group dedicated to that. My problem with the DSA is not necessarily a problem, but they run under the Democratic ticket, so you're not breaking the duopoly. You know what I mean? That's the problem with the DSA. You're not breaking the duopoly. I get why they run people under the Democratic ticket, but you're not breaking the duopoly. And that's what is the frustrating part about that. So it works. I think what the DSA is doing is good, but it's not. You're not getting third party support normalized in this country. I think that I think PSL should take what the DSA is doing to the extreme by running under, even if it's just running like under a working family party or running under PSL, running with somebody other than the Democratic Party, winning local elections, doing good stuff while in office, fixing the roads, giving people healthcare, funding the schools, so people like you locally, so that they will be likely to vote for you in a congressional election, so that they will be likely to vote for you in a presidential election, right? It goes bottom up, never top down. You will never win the election in the presidency as a third party without building bottom up support, ever. There's everywhere at the DSA, there's a ton of them that aren't interested in electoralism. Yeah, but again, if you are running under electoralism, I think that that's how you win power for a third party. That's how how I view it. Right? But you'll never do it by doing the Green Party method, which is just running Jill Stein every 4 years. That also won't fix the issue either. Right? The Green Party has like 127 seats out of 50,000 seats elected offices across the country. That won't do it. Normalize policies that they'll vote for you in higher office without the Dem name. Exactly. Left-wing communism and infantile disorder. Read this. Look at me. I feel more comfortable with the Green Party if Jill Stein was on the streets in Minneapolis. Jill Stein is around. To be fair, I don't think Jill Stein is doing nothing, right? She's around. She's around. She's around, right? I just don't think that it's meaningful enough. I'm not in the camp that like Jill Stein is a grifter. Can we get her on? Honestly, probably. If I wanted to go Jill Stein on, I'd probably get her on. Right? I just think that their method, the Green Party's method, is ineffective. Is how I view it. She's waiting for the next presidential election. No, she is around. Like she's speaking out against the stuff that's happening now. Right? I don't think it's enough. But like she's more effective than Kamala Harris is. You know what I mean? Like Kamala Harris went radio silent for 6 to 9 months to write her book. Jill Stein was speaking out against Trump era policies, right? She's not winning elections though. So like it's like, does it really like mean anything, kind of thing? Like she's not like. I think it would be effective if Jill Stein didn't win an election in 2000 and then ran for a mayoral seat, right? Or ran for the state senate. She didn't do that, right? And that's my critique of her and the Green Party, because she kept running for the freaking presidency every 4 years. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. I can't. That is my frustration with the great. Why do they keep doing it? Right. So I get why people call them ops, because it literally doesn't work. But to be entirely fair, people vote for the Democrats every 4 years, and it also doesn't work. So I don't know. They need to do it for funding. But funding for what? To run again 4 years later? They're not winning any seats. Funding for what? It's not like they run to get funding and then they use that funding for stuff. They're not winning seats. You know what I mean? If they actually ran for funding, they got the funding, right? And then they use that funding to win some actual seats, we can talk. But they're not doing that. You know what I mean? We come to full circle to Stein being grifter. No, it's not even about Jill Stein. I think Jill Stein is the face. And to be fair, Jill Stein probably called a grifter because she's the face of the Green Party, right? It's the party apparatus, right? I think they're less grifters and more LARPers, right? Which, if they're different, you know, who's to say? I think they're LARPers. Return states are there. There's so many unopposed victories in this country. 69%. 70%. You got me started, Cheddar. 70% of elections in this country are uncontested. That means that nobody is running against the freaking incumbent. 70%. There is no reason you should have only 100-something seats of elected office after 20 years of work. That is an abject failure. An abject failure. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Not a clerk, not a dog catcher, not a school board. None. Well, 127, I think. It's really bad. It's really bad. So what I'm hearing, I need to go to Alabama and run as a Green Party baddie. Honestly, please do. I don't care where you run under, you know. I like PSO, right? I don't care if you run under the Working Families Party. I don't care if you run under like the DSA, but like as a political infrastructure. I don't freaking care. Run under your own party. I don't care. Run for office in your local area, win against your incumbent that doesn't do anything, and then fix the roads. And when people ask you, why did you fix the roads? You say, because of socialism. And then they'll love socialism. That's how you solve the problems. That's the answer. That's it. That literally, if you ask me, how would I fix the state of the country? It's that. Run people in uncontested races, do good things, and fix people's material conditions as a third-party candidate, and then in 10 years, you will have successful infrastructure. Elections happen literally every year. Every year. And if 70% of elections every year are uncontested, and you win 10% of them every year, you're having thousands of seats. You have Kate Barr in the Carolina 14th? I don't know. I used to live nearby Carolina 14th. Is she cool? Is she good? Registering a party is very easy in California. You just gotta do it. I will say, I would recommend just running under PSL. But to be fair, they might have some red tape and infrastructure you might have to work in. I don't know. You just run. It'd be easy to run as your own individual party and do good stuff. And you can join a party where you have success. You know what I mean? You can join a party where you have success. And then success, you win. You don't need a party, you can join an outside party or do that. Or running as an independent is a good example, is a good strategy as well. Just get into the seat and then do good stuff, build your own name recognition, and then you can be the president in 15 years. Work your way up. Zohran Mamdani started as a General Assembly member, and now he's the freaking mayor of New York. And then maybe eventually he'll become a senator. You know, that would be sick, right? That would be cool. That could be you in your own podunk town or whatever. You could be the next Zohran Mamdani. There are so many cities. You can be the mayor of one. And then you can use that to Boost yourself to the national stage. Gosh freaking darn it. That's my take. Okay, we're not finishing this. We got an hour in though. We'll finish it tomorrow. I use the bathroom. Here, enjoy this while I use the bathroom.
This is actually going to be much better than Donald Trump, which I did bring up with regular frequency, especially as it pertains to what Donald Trump was presenting, mass deportations and what that would look like. And there are many, many videos where I, presented how terrifying a vision Donald Trump was spelling for the future of the country versus what Kamala Harris was presenting, which conceded, because this was another holdover from the Biden administration, conceded that undocumented migrants were actually a national security interest, a national security issue, that they were actually leading to crime, and that the only solution was a compromise position that wasn't mass deportations, but instead was like, deportation of some. That was completely unnecessary because the main point that the Republicans drove home was built around a lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for a higher share of per capita crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That's never been
Are you
the
not
truth.
okay with some deportations if someone's actually committing crimes? Because the stats say that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born citizens. They commit crimes at very low rates. But if somebody does commit a crime and they're caught here, are you okay with deportation? Say it's not ICE.
It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, but I'm always going to be an advocate to make sure that like justice is served.
Anyway. Thank you all for watching, chat. I hope you love this part one of this reacts that I guess people want me to put on my my YouTube. Oh, did I miss the deportation conversation? We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll cover it tomorrow. Tyler Perry time, you got 2 hours. We're not getting to Tyler Perry. You just started? Okay. Remember the timestamp. 1 minute, 1 hour, 2 minutes. Here, I'll go back to this. That's where I left it. The argument about Tyler Perry? No, we were here all day. But I think it was a productive conversation at least. So thank you for watching. Shout out YouTube chat. We have been over 100 viewers on YouTube chat the entire day. Respect. What a W. Can we look for an hour instead of part 2 tomorrow? No. Shot scary game win? Never. All right, YouTube chat. Thank you all for watching. When I just joined. Sorry, chatter. You can watch it on my YouTube. The full VOD would be up probably tomorrow for this first part of the reaction. And we'll talk about it more tomorrow as well. Hollow Knight win? Never. Much love. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Shout out. YouTube chat has been growing. I have had more growth in my YouTube chat streams than I've gotten on Twitch. See, Twitch chat, you're an L. Birthday cards win? What? Sorry, I can't hear you. You're breaking up. What is that?